purple backpack that matched his cast, and he came and gave me a hug, so it was super sweet. We have to do this for our community. If we don't, who will? So I think it's really important that the city is supporting our youth and helping them be prepared for the school year.
As you guys can see, it's going amazing. It's going well. We're out here serving the community, giving out some school supplies, and just you know, watching our community expand and grow and serve together.
This is fantastic. I mean, I don't know how this can't be your favorite event of the year. There are literally thousands of people, kids, adults, you name it, who come here who get joy and get toys and get things they need.
We're giving food away. We're giving turkeys, food. So if you miss out on your turkey dinner, it's not our fault. You should have been here.
I love that I live in a community that's accepting of all people's backgrounds and faith.
Christmas is all about family, joy, and food, and, you know, giving away, you know, spreading a love. That's a Christmas to me.
All the smiling faces of the people coming through line, and they're just joyous to be able to receive something from us. So it's been a great day.
When you are blessed and you have the ability to give, it's really helping someone else and making a difference in their life.
After a series of different community engagements and surveys that progressed, went from recorded conversations to surveys and even sketches that the community members submitted.
Being able to paint with my friends and my counselors.
Being a part of history on the wall and getting the chance to do this and the opportunity, like, you know, like all the things we get to do.
Painting. I love painting. I love art. So this is really nice for me.
Having community-based policing is extremely important in today's environment. And we're working hand in hand. I think then there's a different sense that people get.
A community event where we're painting a gigantic mural on the side of our building. It's a way that we can show the community that this building belongs to the community. Police department belongs to the community. We're here for the community, and as you know, what better way to do that than, you know, if we could have built the building with the community, we would have done that.
Let's start paying attention to those people that really matter. The people that love this community. The people that work to make this community thrive. And that is why today we're giving Rhonda and Gus Camacho the Citizen of the Year Award.
But if there's one thing that I want you guys to take back from here other than how incredible this valley is and how incredible the community is and how incredible all of you are, I want you to take back that don't forget to spend time with your loved ones. I've been very fortunate to have spent a lot of time with my wife. Thank you so much for all your support and everything you guys have done for our family. And it has been an honor to serve this community, and it's been an honor to help out in any way we can. And thank you for my great family, because without them and their support, we wouldn't be able to do the things that Rhonda and I have been able to do. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. This gives good
You should get it in now. I'll give you a few minutes to do that, okay? Thank you. Sorry for killing the mood. Welcome to the Lancaster City Council meeting. City Clerk.
City Council Member, Agency Director, Authority Members Hughes Leslie.
Present.
Molly.
Present.
Mann.
Present.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chairman Christ.
Present.
Mayor Chairman Paris. And I also want to know that we are also calling the Housing Authority to order. Mayor Chairman Paris.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. The invocation today is with James Gibson from Grace Chapel.
Well, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just wanted to read from Micah 6:8. It says, "He has told you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? But to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with our God." Dear Lord God, I just thank you for today. Lord, I just thank you for just even the city of Lancaster. Lord, I thank you for the city officials and those that you have put in charge. Lord, I just want to first off pray for justice, Lord. I know that you are a God of justice. You are a God who loves righteousness, Lord. So I just pray that we would be people after your own heart, Lord, that we would seek justice as well. Lord, you love kindness as well. I just pray that everything that we do, every decision that these city officials make, Lord, that they do it out of kindness as well. And Lord, lastly, I just pray that we constantly walk with humility, Lord, that we would seek your guidance, Lord, that we would seek what you want for us. Lord, you are good, you are God, and we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who you set to die for us. God, I just pray that you bless this city council meeting. May you be honored and glorified with everything that is said and done here this afternoon. We love you and we thank you. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please join me in reciting our Pledge of Allegiance. Put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sonia Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Throughout the nation, July is known as and celebrated as Parks Make Life Better Month. The goal is to bring awareness to the vital role parks and recreation agencies play in fostering health and wellness, supporting economic vitality, creating memorable experiences, and strengthening our community identity through our parks and programs. This brief presentation is meant to provide you a year in review for the Parks Department, our parks and our programs, and showcase the integral programs we have and the quality of life that we offer to our community. Our continued commitment to improve and maintain public spaces is evident with the recent work at Raleigh-Duntley Park, Witt-Carter Park, and Mariposa Park, resulting in new playgrounds, basketball courts, fitness equipment, and many more amenities. We are creating a safe and accessible environments that foster play and make memories for generations to come. Our Parks and Facility team maintains 13 parks and open spaces, totaling over 450 acres of parkland, as well as they maintain a dozen city facilities. Last year, from July of 2024 to June of 2025, our parks had 3.6 million visitors. So our investments and upgrades and maintenance are definitely well spent. This past LPAC season has truly been a testament to the transformative power of art, bringing us together to share in the wonder and beauty of live performances. The 24-25 season provided the community with 87 opportunities to visit LPAC and take in local theater. Lancaster's museum spaces are a dynamic hub of creativity and a beacon for arts education. This past year, we welcomed over 178,000 guests at our diverse exhibitions at MOA, Cedar, Western Hotel Museum, and the Elise Clifford Interpretive Center. We engage future generations through our Young Artist Workshops, offering vital hands-on arts learning for over 300 attendees. Our efforts to enhance the arts and expand creative opportunities inspire and strengthen community bonds. Our recreation programs are actively enhancing Lancaster's quality of life, yielding significant economic and quality of life returns. The aquatics program continues to make an impact by ensuring that over 1,500 participants engage in water safety skills through the world's largest swim lessons, and thousands more attend our swim lessons throughout the year. Our meticulously maintained athletics fields keep residents active and foster local fiscal growth. The economic impact is substantial. We hosted 4 soccer tournaments, which brought in 394 youth teams, which is over 3,000 youth and their families, to our city. These tournaments generated over $4.3 million in economic activity in our city. At the Big 8, we also hosted more than 580 teams over the course of 14 weekends for softball tournaments. This added another $5.5 million in economic impact, showcasing the power of sports tourism. These activities, combined with over 4,000 impact volunteer hours, 40,000 annual visits to our pickleball and tennis courts, demonstrate the widespread engagement and value of parks. Our signature special events that you see there on the slide provided over 70,000 community members the opportunity to gather and celebrate. Through events, we are creating memorable experiences for all and fostering a sense of place. We also have smaller but just as impactful special events, which provide additional opportunities for over 40,000 residents to enjoy our parks and open spaces, further strengthening our community identity. Through our community services program, we promote physical, emotional, mental health and wellness, as well as support human development. Our after-school kids club at Jane Rolls Park and Sky Tower Park provided activities for 40 students per day, while the seasonal day camp generated over 18,000 minutes of active play. Participants in our Movers and Shakers program at Prime Desert Woodland covered over 170 miles of terrain. That's equivalent to 6.5 marathons. That's pretty impressive. Promoting fitness and social well-being. Beyond physical activity, initiatives like Summer Meals Kickoff at Terra Park, serving over 800 community members, the Lights On After School program supporting over 200 families, build vital social connections, combat isolation, and boost happiness, creating a more vibrant and resilient Lancaster for everyone. All of this is made possible by our amazing parks team, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank them for their dedication and commitment to providing exceptional parks, programming, and services to our residents. I'm available to answer any questions, and then I would invite Mayor and Council to come down to honor us with the proclamation for July is Parks Make Life Better Month, and take a picture with us if you so choose.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? No. Sonia, I cannot tell you how happy I am, how pleased I am, how thrilled I am with what you've done with parks and what your team has done. I mean, it is an entirely, in many respects, different city. And we owe that to you and your team.
Thank you. We're honored to
Thank
be
you.
able to provide those services.
Good.
So,
So should we go down?
so if I could have the team stand and come join us for a picture, please.
I'm going to try to get him to limit it.
Yeah, for a minute or two, even 2 is not
Well, that's an hour.
Yeah.
2 is a half hour.
Yeah, I recommend.
Rod, you're next.
Where are we at? Sorry about that, sir. George and I were having a debate over whose badge is bigger.
We were enjoying it.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Today is another good day. Today we swear in 3 more officers to our police department. Today is not only, it doesn't only signify our commitment to the safety of our residents, but also our commitment to select the correct officers. That's right. I want to make sure you know what they have to go through. 2 interviews, 1 physical agilities test, an extensive, and I do mean extensive, background investigation, a medical and psychological test, and they have to get by Chris and I's opinion, which is probably the toughest thing of all. But I also want you to know that within our interview process, unlike other police departments, we want to make sure our community has input. So we have a community panel actually interview these people and give us input so we can make sure we're bringing you officers that you will love and appreciate. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to these officers, and I want you to know that we selected the right people, just like we did with our first 6. I'm going to start with Officer Garrett Cole. Garrett, could you join me, please? Garrett is a 3-year Bakersfield Police Department officer. He's lived in the Antelope Valley for 21 years. He's been involved in over 300 criminal arrests and investigations. He's received commendations for his professionalism and commitment, not only from his department, but from the district attorney's office, the Kern County District Attorney's Office as well. He has a great passion for traffic enforcement, and his supervisors consider him an excellent young up-and-comer. So we're excited to have you on our team, Garrett. Next up will be Officer Matthew Rodriguez. Feel like I'm at an AV Alta game and they scored. All right. So Matt comes to us from the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, where he's done an incredible 16 years of service. He's lived in the Antelope Valley for an amazing 42 years. He has worked the jails. He's been a bailiff. He's been a bailiff training officer, and he's worked an incredible 10 years on the streets, keeping the citizens of Ventura County safe. He's been involved in thousands of investigations and arrests, and he's handled everything from homicides to child abuse, narcotics, gangs, you name it, and he has a true commitment to community engagement. Welcome to the team, Matthew. And now I'm going to ask Officer Lillian Shaw to join us. So I just want to say to Councilman Hughes, Leslie, that, yeah, I found one. So we are so happy to have Lily here. Lily is an 8-year veteran, and she worked with me at the Sierra Madre Police Department. Lily's background is extensive. I want you to know she is a native of El Salvador and moved to our states when she was 5 years old and learned English as a second language. Lily has a bachelor's degree in journalism and a master's degree in law enforcement leadership. She worked 10 years as a 911 dispatcher at the Alhambra Police Department. And in her 8 years of enforcement with Sierra Madre, she's been a field training officer, a corporal, a detective for the past 2 years. She is a taser and pepper ball instructor. She is a certified crisis negotiator who worked with the Foothill Special Enforcement Team, and that is an area SWAT team. And she has been a PIO with Sierra Madre for 2 years. She's also a certified and trained individual who can work and do undercover vice operations, which we plan on doing in our valley really soon. So, Lily, I'd like to welcome you to the team. I also forgot one very important thing about Lily. and you'll appreciate this, Councilman Hughes Leslie. Lily is a United States Army reservist, current reservist. Where she works with their military police brigade. So with that, we are going to have, sir, if you'd come down, we'd like for you to come down and swear these officers in for us.
I don't swear you in. And the reason I don't swear you in is because you do not report to me, and you do not report to this council. You only report to the chief. And that means we never get to ask you to do something that would in any way make you feel uncomfortable because you work for him. You understand what I'm trying to convey? My brother was a police officer, and I think it's deplorable when politicians get in the middle of what you people are doing. I mean, you're risking your life there every day. Let's keep it really formal, okay? But I will come down and give you your certificates.
Excellent. Great. So you know what we'll do is we'll have you guys stand here and just turn around and face around. All right. I'm going to ask you all to raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Matthew Rodriguez,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations. So now we're going to do a pinning ceremony, and I'm going to ask family members to come up. First, I'll let you know that pinning Lily today will be her husband, James Shaw, of 10 years. Pinning Matthew today will be his lovely wife, Myra, of 19 years. And these people have been together 29 years, high school sweetheart. His three daughters, Elena, Talea, Selena, and his father, Daniel, and mother, Teresa. Great, you want to take a picture? And then joining Garrett today will be his girlfriend of 8 years, Michaela, his mom, Lorena, and his dad, Mark. Sir, if you could present them with the certificates, and we'll take a picture. What's that? We want to give families a chance to come up and take a picture, if you could, really quickly. If there's any family members. Immediate family.
Too late. Thanks, guys. Hold on. Just like that. I'll be ready. 1, 2, 3. You're gonna do a whole bunch again. Thank you, guys. The individual.
Huh?
Individual families as well?
No, I think we'll do that. Thank you, everyone.
Remember. It's just 2 minutes.
All right, let's take 5 minutes so people can adjust whatever they're planning to do. 6 to the top of the agenda, simply so people don't have to wait forever. All right. So
We're going to call 5. That's what those 5 chairs are. So they're waiting to come up.
okay, the public hearing is now open on the appeal of the mixed-use development at Avenue L in 15th Street West. Let's hear the staff report from Jocelyn Swain. You got an audience, Jocelyn.
I do, and I had one at Planning Commission too.
Oh, okay.
Mayor Paris, Vice Mayor Christ, and members of the City Council. My name is Jocelyn Swain, and I am a senior planner in the Community Development Department. Before you this afternoon is a proposed mixed-use development. The project site is located on approximately 10 acres at the southeast corner of 15th Street West and Avenue L, immediately adjacent to the Antelope Valley Freeway. Avenue L is a major arterial in the city, while 15th Street West is currently a private road. The land uses and developments in the vicinity of the project site, particularly along Avenue L, consist of a mix of rural residences, high-density residential development, single-family residential subdivisions, commercial centers, and slightly further out, City Park and Kaiser Medical Facilities. As can be seen from the aerial, this area of the city has been undergoing changes over the past 10 to 15 years. The applicant is proposing to develop the project site with a mix of uses consisting of 181 market rate multifamily residential units in 2 buildings, shown in yellow, a 235-room hotel and associated clubhouse in blue, and 12,800 square feet of commercial retail uses on 3 pads, shown in orange. Access to the project site would be from 2 driveways along 15th Street West, and 15th Street West would become a paved public roadway along the project frontage. Parking would be provided interior to the project site and in underground parking garages. To support the proposed development, the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from non-urban to mixed use, and the zoning from RR 2.5 to mixed use commercial. The applicant conducted 2 public outreach meetings on February 3rd and February 26th of 2025, as well as some smaller informal discussions with area residents. As a result of these meetings, the applicant agreed to install a remote-controlled access gate across 15th Street West to minimize cut-through traffic and to fence the water easement and equipment to help prevent vandalism and damage due to accidents. These have been included in the conditions of approval. Due to the project's proximity to the freeway, additional conditions of approval have been added to the project, including additional landscaping and the requirement for high-efficiency air filters in the multifamily units. This is in addition to the approximately 725-foot setback from the freeway for the multifamily residential buildings, the prevailing wind direction, which blows from the southwest, and the requirements of the building code. The elevations for these buildings can be seen in the following slide. An initial study was prepared and circulated for a 30-day public review with a 2-week extension to provide comments granted. A revised initial study was also circulated for public review to address comments and provide further clarification. On April 21st, 2025, the Planning Commission heard the project and voted to approve the CUP and tentative tract map and to recommend to the City Council the approval of the general plan amendment and zone change. This was a 4-2 vote with 1 member absent. Subsequent to the Planning Commission approval, a formal appeal was filed by Lazaro Drury representing SAFER. 3 additional appeals were also filed by Adams Broadwell representing Creed LA, the White Fence Farms community, and Jordan R. Sasson representing Unite Here Local 11. The grounds of the appeals covered a wide range of issues from affordable housing and general plan consistency to environmental issues such as VMT, biological resources, air quality, and noise. These issues were addressed in the initial study prepared for the project and in the staff report package. Staff recommends the adoption of resolution number 2544 and the introduction of ordinance number 1137. Myself and the applicant's team are available to answer any questions you may have.
Is it workforce housing?
Is it what?
Workforce housing?
No, it is market rate housing.
Market rate housing?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. We have lots of cards. We could be here for hours. So I'm going to give you an option. I can do it 1 minute a person, or you can pick 5, 6, 7 people to be your spokesperson. Up to you. Any thoughts?
How many cards do you have?
26.
26. At 3 minutes apiece?
28.
That would be what?
28.
28?
It's an hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Yes, sir.
I do want to point out that we had to pay a fee of $1,000. All 4 of us each had to pay $1,000 4 times for the chance to be able to talk to you, because we were told that at the planning commission they could not take in public comments.
Say that again? Come on down and talk to me.
So when we went to the Planning Commission to object, we filled this room also. And they told us that, well, they appreciate the public comments. All they could do was take into account the rules and regulations and paperwork being filled out correctly in their vote. Public comments, public concerns were not something that they could take into account. If we wanted that, depending on how the vote went, we had to pay a $1,000 fee, I believe it was, for the opportunity to voice our comments to our representatives.
May I provide some clarifying comment?
Yeah, you better.
So what happened was everyone who submitted a comment card was allowed to speak during the public hearing. Once the public hearing was closed, additional comments were not taken. Further, although 4 groups submitted appeal fees, only 1 was cashed. We had only accepted 1 fee payment, but we held the other checks in the event that that appellant whose check was cashed withdrew their appeal, so that the next appellant who submitted would have their check in place and be ready to go, because we didn't want to get someone caught in a time issue where their appeal would be untimely. So we held those checks, and those will be returned after today's hearing.
Okay, we got 3 of them back. Let's see if we can go for the 4th one.
Okay, because you can see.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I don't get it. I mean, why are we charging people to appeal?
We always charge for an appeal. That's part of the municipal code.
Maybe we should change that.
We can certainly talk about that, but that is the requirement in the municipal code. A great deal of staff time goes into preparing these appeals.
Okay, so let's put it on the agenda for the
Sure.
next meeting, and
Sure thing.
depending on how the vote goes, you may get the 1,000 back, you may not.
Okay. But you can see why we would like to have our 3 minutes that we paid for to be able to.
Yeah, I can see.
But if you want to vote now to turn down and go with
you could have
the
gone to a Dodger
citizens,
game.
we can skip an hour and a half of talking.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to second that everything that he says is absolutely correct, and that we were told that as long as the applicant turned in the correct paperwork, that it was going to be approved no matter what we said. If we had statements to make, we should make those here to you. The Planning Commission, though, listened to our statements. They had no bearing from the public whatsoever on what the Planning Commission's choice was. That the Planning Commission simply approved it if the paperwork was filled out correctly, and then you were the ones that made the decision whether or not that thing should go in or not.
Talk about kicking it downhill. I've never heard that before. I'll look into that later, okay? All right. It seems rather odd to me that the Planning Commission doesn't have discretion. Okay. Hey, you paid for it. You got it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate this.
You know, that's a good omen, actually, isn't it? You won the first one. You won two of them. Yeah. Okay, Stephanie Dennis. Or is it Stephen Dennis? Okay.
Right. Oh, thank you. I strongly object to the opposed development because it will result in significant detrimental impact upon my own residents and upon other family homes, crops, animals, husbandry, and places of worship. Already mandated mitigations of some detrimental factors are not sufficient. All detriments are of equal importance in equitable ways to all of us human residents, but some are existentially threatening to life and well-being of local plant life, domestic and farm animals, wildlife. This in turn negatively affects human well-being. Detriments are loss of rural landscape and environment, strain and loss of water security through overuse of already inadequate supply, overcrowding, and burdensome traffic. Proposed local hotel and apartments will drastically increase the population, estimated at more than 1,000 people, bringing minimum of 500 private vehicles and many more commercial transport vehicles for supplies and goods, and transport for people who don't have their own vehicles. Our quiet, rural, lightly trafficked roads will become busy thoroughfares with resultant air and noise pollution. Increased population causes massive increase in water use. Non-native people using local water are liable to use it without vital conservation procedures because they won't understand local water issues, nor pay water bills. Farmers must provide water for farm animals and crops. Unaware, uncaring new neighbor residents and hotel staff are liable not only to suffer from water problems, but they are liable to be unwitting causes of these issues. We property owners own shares in our mutual water company. The new non-property owner population will never be shareholders, so they won't share the burden of financial cost, nor the great need to conserve water use due to scarcity. Loss of rural landscape and environment is hugely impactful for personal well-being and for some a spiritual aspect. Many of us chose to live in white fence farms for peace, quiet, beauty, remoteness of environment, and the development does not belong in the location in which property owner wants to put it. Pages 24, 25, 27 of Lancaster General Plan state the necessity and advisability to preserve zones designated for rural residents 2.5. The development contravenes the general plan's proclaimed goals and preferred policies. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Rick, I can't read your last name.
Norris.
Huh?
Is it Norris?
Oh, he's a proponent. Should I keep him? I'll keep him separate. Never mind. Kristen Boyd.
Do you want to call the other ones?
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I forgot. We actually had a procedure planned for this. I'm going to call 5 people, if you could come up front, and then that way it'll move a lot faster. And if you'll hold 1 second, Kristen. So Kyle Boyd, Juan Delera, Brenda Campos, Conrad Engelhardt, and Philip Trujillo.
Honorable
If
Mayor.
you could come down,
Oh.
if I called your name, come down and sit in the reserve seats, and then when I call you up, it'll be faster, and, okay? Okay, there, yeah. And Kristen, you're on.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff, my name is Kristen Boyd. I am a lifelong resident of Lancaster. Grew up, educated, work, own a business, raised 6 kids. And they're all off in college and coming back to help out with Lancaster.
Congratulations.
Thank you. They're truly a blessing. As elected officials, you have a solemn obligation to protect the lives, property, and well-being of Lancaster residents. Not to advance the interests of a multi-million-dollar developer whose sole aim is to extract personal wealth from this project with no lasting commitment to our city. The community directly negatively impacted by this rezoning is full of business owners, physicians, LA County firemen, LA County sheriff's deputies, physician assistants, nurses, contractors, church leaders, aerospace engineers, lawyers, and other professionals who actively contribute to the overall well-being of Lancaster on a daily basis. I urge you to reject this rezoning for 3 critical reasons: its consistency with the general plan, its status as spot zoning, its threat to our rural character, and its potential to overburden local infrastructure. First, the proposed rezoning violates the Lancaster general plan, which prioritizes urban infill development in areas like the Boulevard and the 5th Street, while preserving rural residential areas like RR 2.5. which is what we're here for. The land use element emphasizes low density housing and to maintain open spaces and rural lifestyles. With 1,544 vacant commercial parcels already available in the city of Lancaster, rezoning rural land serves only the developer's profit motive, disregarding the professionals and families whose homes and livelihoods depend on this community's stability. Second, this proposal constitutes spot zoning, a practice that undermines fair planning. Spot zoning occurs when a single parcel is rezoned for a use incompatible with the surrounding properties, creating an isolated spot of different zoning. Rezoning an RR 2.5 parcel for mixed commercial use amid a rural residential area is a clear example. There is California case law of Foothill Communities Coalition versus County of Orange on this matter, which they've criticized spot zoning for favoring individual interest, which here is a wealthy developer over the community's welfare. Your duty is to uphold equitable zoning that protects the contributions of our business owners, healthcare providers, public servants, and civic leaders, not to enable a developer's windfall. Third, the rezoning threatens the rural character that defines neighborhoods like L and 15th Street West. The residents here chose these areas for their tranquility, open spaces, and equestrian-friendly environment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Kyle Boyd.
Mayor, Council, she's a hard act to follow. My name is Kyle Boyd, 15-year resident in the city of Lancaster. Chose to spend 22 years of my career with LA County Fire Department in the city of Lancaster. Raised my family in the city of Lancaster. Own a business in the city of Lancaster. My blood runs city of Lancaster. This project, if approved, is just a kick in the face to everything that I've done, everything that my family's done, the property I bought, knowing that it was rural 2.5, knowing that it would stay rural 2.5. The speculator purchased this property years ago. If you look back, they bought it years ago and it was cheap for the sole intention of trying to get it changed to a mixed use. They presented this over 10 years ago, a different project with the same intention to change it to mixed use commercial. You can ask, the Planning Commission approved it back then. The City Council chose back then that this was a bad project, that keeping this rural residential was part of the general plan. It was important to not only the city, but to the residents that live there, and they denied the change to mixed-use commercial. I don't honestly believe they're actually going to build that. I think they're going to change this to mixed-use commercial. They're going to then sell it to a different developer, and then now once it's changed to mixed-use commercial, it can't be changed back. and they're going to do something completely different with it. They propose a gate, but then they said, well, you have to maintain the gate. So we're going to get a mixed-use commercial that's going to slow fire department responses to our homes, and then we get to maintain that gate forever. So not only do we get a slower response time, but we also get charged to maintain a gate that we never wanted in the first place. They talk about it won't impact traffic, but you've all used Google Maps. You know that it's going to just ruin traffic for us. It's going to totally impact the roads that the city of Lancaster doesn't pay for now. We pay for our own roads. We pay for our own road repair. That is, we pay taxes, but we don't actually get charged. We don't actually get any service for those road fees. All of our roads are maintained by us. Now we're going to have to maintain roads to pay for some speculator to make money on this project. They're not City of Lancaster. They don't represent us. They don't represent your taxpayers. There is lots of commercial property within the City of Lancaster that can be used for this. They're just the first nick in that section of land. Every corner is owned by commercial speculators, and they all intend to do the same thing. As soon as this one gets approved, they're going to be doing all the other corners of that same rural community, and they're going to ruin it forever. I can't emphasize enough how much this is just going to ruin our property values and ruin our way of living. Thank you.
Allison, is that accurate about maintaining the gate?
That is the first I've heard of the requirement to maintain the gate being placed upon the property owners, so let me check in with the applicant and make sure that the applicant speaks to that when the applicant comes up.
Okay, thank you. Juan Delara? Delara. I'm sorry.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Juan Delara. I'm speaking here today with concerns about this project. For one, you're going to destroy a beautiful area of this beautiful city. People like it the way it is. Why don't we just leave it the way it is? It's nice to get away and not have to have all this like commercial corporate greed, come in and just take away our peace and quiet, And then not to mention, what doesn't guarantee that there's gonna, let's say that they went ahead with the build and they said, we can't afford the housing. Housing is super expensive in California. And then I don't know how that's gonna happen. How can we afford it? Given the economic times that are happening right now, I don't think this is a good idea. I really think we should just leave things the way they are, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I find it sometimes helpful if you get an idea of what we're thinking as you're presenting. I mean, I always try to get the judge to give me an indication of where he's going so I know which way I should go. The corporate greed argument is really not appealing. And the reason for it is they're supposed to make money. I mean, that's what business is. I'm just not finding that to be persuasive. I don't really care what their motive is. What I care about is what is the impact on the community. And that's really the only thing I'm interested in. I drive by that every single day. That's how I go back and forth to the office. I really wouldn't call it rural, but at the same time, I can see where you are talking about an impact. And that's what I would like to hear, how this impacts the families that live there, because that's really the only thing I'm concerned about. Any disagreement? Okay, thank you. Brenda Campos? Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. My name is Brenda Campos, and I'm speaking today because I don't support this project. I'm sorry. When I heard the first time about this project, I was very excited about it. Adding housing and developing that property seems great. But then I started reading more and I make my research, about what is the good and bad, because I have my grandchildren growing in this city, and I believe they deserve the best. if they don't have the voice to come, but the groundman can talk for them. I believe all the residents in this city have the opportunity to come to talk and say why they don't like it like me. You know, I just come to ask you, please don't vote yes in this project. It's not really good. We don't have any affordable housing. The residents in Lancaster can afford let's build like 100 affordable houses or apartments or whatever that we can pay, because like the situation right now is really bad. You know, it's not jobs, and they don't talk about we can hire the local people to work. We have a lot of kids who graduate this year for high school or universities, and they looking for jobs to work. There's nothing around. They don't say we have something for those kids. Entonces, I ask you, please, don't vote yes, and support us, please. Thank you. I think that Lancaster deserves. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice day.
Conrad Engelhardt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I've lived in the area for a long time, so I guess I'm a neighbor against the project, so to speak. But what I see here is in the what's it, 2030 general plan. I was doing some reading, and part of the obligation of the city of Lancaster is develop pieces of property, you know, have the development take place, so it blends the best you can. That's never going to be perfect, and you can't satisfy everybody. But one of the issues was that you're going to have a lot of commercial growth in the areas that we already have it. It's going up. Across from my business, we have a hotel that went up, and 2 years later another one went up, and now they're working on 2 more, you know. So those areas develop in that fashion, and it's fine. But when you get to the rural, the less dense places, you have to be considerate of what kind of a situation you have there for this portion of the public. Now, from L down to O on the west side of the freeway is all low density. They're almost all 2.5 acres, a few acre and a quarters, and so forth. And that's where people have lived, and it's growing. You know, slowly it's growing. I think they did the subdivisions in the 50s, early 50s, and so forth, and it keeps growing. New houses go up and so forth. So this massive commercial endeavor, which I know is, my guess is good for the developers. You know, they planned a long time to do it and so forth, and I understand all that, but it's just a wrong place for that development. You go on the other side of the freeway because that's where it's happening, but on this side of the freeway, it doesn't help. You know, you're in a rural area, and just down the street, you've got 5-story buildings and so forth. It's kind of improper. It doesn't seem to fit in, to my estimation, with the general plan, which considered these facts and then act in that way, and also responded to the public, the people that live in those areas, many of them many, many years. So, anyways, I hope you can deny this request, and we'll try something else on that piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I see the map again? Could I see the map again? I guess that's what I wanted. Okay. So it's the southwest quarter? Southeast?
Right across from the pumpkin patch.
Right. No, it is southwest, right?
Southwest of the freeway, southeast of 15th?
Yes.
Depends on your point of view.
Ah, fair enough. Thank you. You solved the confusion. Philip Trujillo?
Yes. Good afternoon. Like many of the people here, this is the third time that I've taken PTO, canceled a vacation, or delayed time with family to try and protect our community from this project. In October, we filled this room, and the project was voted to be placed on hold. In April, so many of us attended that there was standing room only through an hour and a half of public comments. As stated earlier, our 293 signature petitions, more than 30 letters at the time, and 30 speakers objecting meant nothing. Within days of Easter, they effectively washed their hands of this project. 4 separate groups felt strongly enough and paid the fees. So today we stand here, days after the celebration of the birth of our nation, a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We ask, will we be listened to this time? Many times the resolution, it says that the hotel and apartments will provide a buffer between us and other high density and commercial development. I do not think this word means what they think it means. I would like to point out that while there is a healthy amount of commercial business on 10th Street West, there's an itty bitty little road called the 14 Freeway buffering us from all that. I believe the only non-residential buildings besides the place of worships and schools between L&M and 14 and Quartz Hill is a Chevron, a farmer's market and winery, a Walgreens, Tom's Burger, 7-Eleven, and a craft beer and liquor store. Maybe I am not sufficiently grateful, and we really do need a 4-lane road, apartments, hotels, and alleyway to buffer us from the immensely popular pumpkin patch.
It is pretty popular.
It is extremely popular. The resolution states that these buildings are not a concern to our privacy and safety. I just cannot figure out how a 6-foot wall and alleyway will provide privacy from a 60-foot tall building. I flew my drone 55 feet up at the water easement alley between us and the site and took pictures that I submitted to the city earlier. Even with a cheap camera, I could see clearly in the backyards of all the houses along 15th Street, all the way down to Avenue M. Several years ago, our city's leader made the statement and doubled down that it is unsafe to have a multi-story complex overlooking the sheriff's station. I ask our city leaders now, how are our citizens supposed to feel safe with a taller and larger complex overlooking us? We have no idea what types of creeps or sickos are sitting in the comfort and privacy of these rooms, looking out their windows, invading our privacy, and overlooking our backyards where our children play and swim with family and friends. So I ask, will you side with our citizens today or an investment group that doesn't even live here and sees cheap property? Let them build 4 nice houses or subdivide and build 8. People all over LA County dream of living here where they are not packed like sardines. I thank you for your time.
Can you, before you go?
Yes.
I'm having trouble visualizing.
Yes.
What this.
It's complicated.
Do we have a laser pointer for them?
Rex, you know where Kaiser is?
We have a laser pointer right here.
If you.
We have a laser pointer right here.
You can call me Laser. What would you like to see? What are we trying, what is your question, sir?
Miss Laser, I love it.
What are you trying to understand?
I'm trying to understand where the access roads are going to be, the traffic that you're concerned about, and what houses are impacted.
We all live across Village, right?
Yes.
It's not a shopping destination, but it is for some. We have 15th Street West, which is a dirt road. Kaiser Permanente is right up there. They're talking about changing the access point, using and expanding 15th Street West and also Avenue L to provide more turn lanes to get into this area. They're talking about putting a gate up here. 15th Street goes all the way from L all the way down to M, right? And it's dirt. And it's dirt. It's dirt. fun neighborhood joke. We love it. So that's the access point. They're talking about having another road that might go around the side here to get towards those three residents or those restaurants. The hotel would be here, but the apartments here and there.
And the only access would be 15th Street?
Correct.
So they put a gate here, but you have access from Avenue M all the way up 15 past L12, L8, and L4. You have access from L turning down. They want to pave from L to L2. The gate would go here that they proposed, that we would maintain. Not the first time they told us that. We would be responsible for the gate. They would put it in. We maintain it. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, it does. But again, I want to be clear. I'm trying to make a factual determination here.
Which we appreciate.
I don't appreciate the adjectives. Yeah, they're developers. That's what they do. They're supposed to be developers. I don't have a problem with that. What I would like to keep this focused on is the impact on the people that live there now.
So when we were told we were to appeal.
But you should get a job as a laser anytime.
So.
Apartments, 5 stories, and we have it's a mile from L to M.
Okay.
So,
Point where you live. Point where you live on that map.
I'm down here. You can't see me.
And there's 150 homes down there.
I'm 3 lots. My husband and I live 3 lots in from the freeway. You can see the back of our property from the overpass of Avenue M.
Okay.
But there's a lot there.
Do we have any idea of what the traffic counts are going to be?
Some of us.
No. I'm asking staff. Okay.
I would defer to Jocelyn on that.
So there was a traffic study done. I can go check the actual numbers, but I believe it's a little over 5,000 trips per day.
Per day?
Yeah.
Per day?
Per day.
Thank you.
I can elaborate a little bit on why you will hear a lot of people talking about technicalities. Is because when part of the appeal process, we were told that we have 3 minutes to talk about why the Planning Commission was wrong, not how it's going to impact. We already talked to the Planning Commission about how it was going to impact us.
I see.
And how it was going to affect us personally. And then we were told that for the appeal, we are to try and explain why the Planning Commission's decision was wrong, which is why
Don't we hear this de novo?
The zone change and general plan amendment are de novo. It's a mere recommendation from the Planning Commission, and then there's an appeal with regard to the CUP and tentative track map. So that's a review of the Planning Commission. But you have plenary authority.
Thank you.
So I would have loved to have known that I could spend 3 minutes telling you how this would personally impact me. But I didn't sleep last night. I took all that time trying to get my mind in order and then whittle it down to 3 minutes to
Do you want to start
argue.
over?
It'll be off, I mean, it would be off the cuff, but.
That's good.
Okay. So the 15th Street is the only way that they will be able to access this place. As you know, you said that you drive down at L. There is only one turn lane, and all the freeway traffic will have to be turning left onto our street. Right now, our street, there is 1 or 2 people that turn, and then everyone else does U-turns there because they missed their Costco. So now we have 800 parking spaces. That's more than Costco has. Costco has less than 800 parking spaces. Will be utilized here with traffic every day as people go to commute back and forth. My attempt to get out of and get to work at a timely fashion will be either competing with the traffic here or go down to Avenue M and attempt a left-hand turn with all the traffic that is also attempting to go to Northridge or Plant 42. So that's going to cause a lot of difficulties for me personally on my commute. My concern also is that they had to ask for a variance, which means special permission to go over 3 stories. The city general plan says that they are supposed to stay within 3 stories, but if they pay a fee, apparently they can do whatever it is that they wish. As I said, there is no real commercial development in this portion that we call home. We have Avenue L, Avenue M, the freeway, all buffering us from all the Costco's and the abandoned, mostly abandoned shopping center and Stater Brothers and everything else further down the road. This is going from just 4 homes, 4 houses, 4 people that we could call part of our community, and saying we are taking and we are almost doubling our area, our white fence farm area. We are almost doubling our water need and capacity. Right now we have about 500 some odd customers in our water area, in our community. This is doubling it with the hotel and apartments and such.
What water district are you in?
We are in White Fence Farms Water District. It's a fairly small district designed mainly to, and has been set up mainly to care for a few residents that do live here on non-dense properties. There are a few commercial areas, but they are mainly office areas along 10th Street that we serve. And they don't have showers and toilets in every single room. They don't have...
No, I understand.
So it's...
when the developer gets up, I would like to know where you're getting your water. And, how does that work with the water adjudication?
No,
okay.
I appreciate that. And thank you for allowing me to speak from my heart.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. If Aiden Marshall Capellant would come up and take a seat, please. Was it Vito Results? Or? I know I'm butchering these names. You'll have to forgive me. Johnny Escobedo and Renee Palacios. And okay, and Zach Strasters. And if Bonnie Pullum could take the mic, and we'll start it that way.
Okay. Hi, I'm Bonnie Pulliam. Good afternoon. I'm not going to read anything to you guys because you guys already heard a lot of stuff. So I do live right under the hotel there. They will be on my backyard. The problem that I see, besides the obvious, which you guys already heard about, how it's going to affect my life, people looking into my area, things like that. The other problem is just because you put a gate there, even if we maintain it, there's not enough parking spots for everybody in those apartments. Everybody knows that around apartments, there's going to be more cars. They're going to have to find a place to park. Across the street, there's no parking. There's signs. There's a bike lane there. You can't park across the street. So they're going to have to come in the way I would have to come in, and to avoid that gate, they'd have to come around down the street, and they would be parking down that dirt road. The dirt road, when it rains just a little bit, it is a flood zone. It is a river. It probably was a natural river. I know it goes through my yard also. And out my back gate, there's a river that I've made a place for it to run so that it wouldn't interfere in my housing. But it does run, and all the dirt from that goes into Avenue L. And then they bring a tractor out and they clean it up. But most of the time, or I should say all the time, we clean up our own roads. We get our tractors out there. We grade our roads. Our neighbors have a blade. They bring the blade out. They fix the road. But as the cars are coming in, because there's only one driveway that you can come into this project, that's going to be off 15th Street. You got to come into 5th Street to go into their project. When that dirt goes down there, which is all the time, it's going to be a dust storm. It is a dust storm. Our street is a dust storm already. And I heard someone say earlier, oh, they put some air purifiers into this system. Well, that's not going to help the rest of us. Oh, sorry. That's not going to help the rest of us that are already there. And we do contend with the dust, and we do take care of it. But it will make an impact on more of that going through our area. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is the developer improving 15th Street?
Only along the frontage of the project up to the south property line, and that's where the gate is being proposed.
So why is the gate being proposed?
The gate is being proposed to mitigate the cut-through traffic.
Based on concerns raised by the residents. The gate was requested by a number of residents. There appear to be other residents who have a different position.
It wasn't requested by us.
Well, I'm confused. So they're going to improve it on the frontage of the property.
Correct.
And then it's dirt.
Correct.
Right? And I mean, I could see that as being problematic, can't you? I mean, people from the south are going to be coming up a dirt road, right?
Not with the gate. They won't be able to come through.
That is the reason for that is the reason for the gate.
Okay. All right. I'm starting to understand. Zach?
Greetings. Good afternoon. Everyone opposed to this project, do me a favor and stand up.
You know, that is not helping you.
I want to present a point.
If anything, it's hurting you.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
I mean,
Amen.
I'm not here for
theatrics, and I apologize. I don't want to waste your time, Mayor.
Okay.
So greetings and good afternoon, and thank you for your time. I would like to present some facts to you today.
Okay.
First of all, this residential water district is nowhere near prepared to accommodate nearly 400 units. First of all, these developers have not won over this community. The reason that I asked these folks to stand is because I wanted you to see that overwhelmingly there is 0% support from the local community for this project. These folks are scared, and I have a lot of respect for you, Mayor, and I didn't mean to come off in any way overly aggressive. But if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck and they haven't done their due diligence in the community, and 2 of those commissioners voted against it when they could have just rubber stamped it, and it was probably going to be 3, but they weren't there that day, conveniently. And so what we're talking about is a project that has not done their due diligence. They certainly have not made an effort to win the community over with a small, easy concession to pave the rest of the road at least. You know, I don't want to go the wrong direction, but there's a real popular book that says, you know a false prophet by their fruits. And so if you come into a community and you know that you're absolutely going to upend their way of life, you at least want to try to make some efforts and some attempts to win some of the folks over as to why this vision matches the direction Lancaster wants to go. I imagine that the folks that you're going to hear that are going to come up after me are all going to present various angles as to why the developer did not take the time to do their respectful diligence as a neighbor, as a member of this community, and at least win somebody over. There ought to at least be somebody that stands up today and says, this is why this is a good idea for this community. But unfortunately, nobody has taken the time except for the people that are terrified that it's not just the individual developer. It's a signal to those that could come into the community to do their very best to provide bare minimum as a developer, bare minimum community benefits. And we know that this project is about profits over people, and not that that's a wrong thing for developers to want to make money, but because the hotel outnumbering the residential all being market rate, and the market rate not even resembling what's affordable most likely for the people in the larger community. If it was something that wanted to ingratiate the community, if it was something that wanted to win over the people, there would have to be at least one element of this project that resonated with the community. But you can see that there's none. So all I'm asking you to do is to hear not only the heartfelt, passionate speeches of those that have paid thousands of dollars out of their own money to fight this thing, but when the developer comes up, have them report what they've done to talk to those that are seated in opposition against them. Let them present their case as to what they've done to win this community over. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. In my last trial, I was trying it with my son, and I'm giving one of these impassioned pleas to the court, and my son pulls me aside and says, you know, that's not resonating with him, Dad. Just stop. Just tell him the facts. And so I stopped, and we did very well in that case. I find that if we don't question people's motives and we just look at what the impacts are, people get to make a lot better decisions. I mean, I don't know what their motives are. Half the time I don't know what my motives are. You know? Although somebody did raise an interesting point. Can they just flip it? I mean, we change the zoning, we do everything, and they just flip it to somebody else without actually developing it?
They have a legal right to sell the property.
Yeah.
And so if they sell it to somebody and they want to do a different project.
As long as it fits within the zoning and then they can.
Well, they would have to start, likely they would start over with a new planning application and then be at another public hearing with the Planning Commission, City Council.
But the zoning would have already been changed.
The zoning would have been changed, but
zoning would have been changed, but the specifics of the project would have to be reviewed and approved.
That just strikes me as...
Well, property owners can sell their property and new owners can decide they want to do something different. That's part of property ownership.
The reason I'm perplexed by it is because we're being asked to vote on this project.
Yes.
But it may not be the project at all.
Well, if there is a new owner or a change to the project that makes it inconsistent with any approvals you might make or not make, then they would have to come back for another public hearing and consideration by the Planning Commission and or the council, depending on the nature of the change.
So if the hypothetical new developer wanted to do low-income apartments, would he have to come back?
If it was in the same configuration, and they wanted to do low income, I don't believe that would need to come back, no.
And is there anything we could do about that? I mean, by changing our ordinances?
If a property owner wants to provide we can condition it not to be, I suppose. I don't think I could recommend that.
Why?
But because that would put us at odds with HCD and our RENA obligations, et cetera.
You're deliberately confusing me, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. We have obligations to provide available land and identify land available for affordable housing and facilitate affordable housing. So imposing a condition preventing affordable housing would be not fondly looked at by the state. Now, I know that's not something that you necessarily is going to stop you, Mr. Mayor, but it would be problematic.
I'm not going to say anything because I said something 10 years ago and he remembered it. All right. Aiden Capellant? How do you say your last name?
Good afternoon. My name is Aiden Marshall, and I added appellant to...
Appellant?
Yes.
You guys are messing with me.
Yeah, I'm speaking on the appellant, Creed LA. As you may have heard, we're an unincorporated association of labor organizations and individuals who live in the city of Lancaster. We appealed this project because, frankly, the MND prepared for this project, which is the environmental review, is incomplete. It didn't mitigate significant environmental impacts. These, for example, include noise, vehicles miles traveled, public utilities, air quality, greenhouse gases, and even health risks to the neighbors. You see, CEQA requires a full EIR, or an environmental impact report, as opposed to an MND, if there's a fair argument that a project may have significant environmental impacts, even if there's a disagreement between experts, such as ours in the cities. We presented evidence, presented with the assistance with an air quality expert, a transportation expert, and a noise expert, demonstrating that this project may have significant environmental impacts. This clearly meets the legal standard requiring preparation of an EIR. The staff report for the Planning Commission hearing actually did not respond to these comments, and the staff report for this exact hearing also does not have detailed responses to our comments. The staff report very generally states that there are no issues with the MND, but it doesn't actually respond to the specific technical issues that we raised. Therefore, substantial evidence in the record shows that the impacts are still significant. For example, I just want to touch on a couple. We raised a lot of issues. This MND lacks a health risk analysis on exposure of diesel particulate matter on the neighbors right across the property line. Our expert toxicologist calculates that the construction emissions...
Wait a minute. Why would the particulate matter be increased?
Basically, this is a large development project which has heavy-duty construction equipment. This would be operating very close to people's homes. And
during construction?
Yeah, during construction. Okay. And there would be some amount of diesel particulate matter released during operation, mostly during construction. And do you mind if my time is extended a little bit? Sure. Is that possible?
Sure. I was questioning you. Oh,
no, I appreciate the questions and welcome more if you have any.
Oh, some people want to recall me over that.
No. Please ask more. But basically, the idea is that there's a type of analysis that's commonly done in EIRs and MNDs to evaluate the health risk impacts in terms of cancer risk on the neighbors from construction activity. This wasn't done here. The city's claiming they don't have to. That's one argument. Our own toxicologist actually did the analysis and showed that the cancer risk could be over 15 in a million, which exceeds the city's own threshold for significance of 10 in 1 million. So that's 15 versus 10. That's a significant impact requiring preparation of an environmental impact report.
Where are you getting your numbers?
From our expert toxicologist, Dr. James Clark. He's been preparing HRAs for literally decades. All of his figures are included in our April 18th figures. Thank you. I'd like to move on to another issue, if I may, regarding vehicle miles traveled. As you know, when you add a lot of people moving into these proposed new apartments, they're going to be on the road, increasing traffic, driving to and from their jobs. This is reflected in a term called vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. The MND is saying that the VMT from these proposed apartments would be less than significant and not require any mitigation. As you might know, the city's mitigation is an impact fee that's paid to the city for any excess VMT above a particular threshold. Our transportation expert calculated that the MND drastically underreported the VMT here. He calculated the apartments would produce 43.6 VMT per person per day, which, get this, exceeds the 17.1 significance threshold. So that's 43 over 17. That means that the applicant isn't paying a lot of mitigation fees to the city. This is an environmental impact requiring preparation of an EIR. And just moving to my conclusion, we're requesting the city to uphold our appeal and remand the project back to staff to correct these errors in an EIR. Thank you so much.
Where do you live on the map?
Sorry, where do I live? Yeah, I live in a little town called Westlake Village. It's an LA suburb.
Oh.
Have you been there? It's a beautiful place. That being said, I would like to emphasize that our clients, Creed LA, our members live and work in the city.
So the residents retained you?
Yes.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And please let me know if you have any additional questions. I'll be here all day.
Thank you. Is it Vito? Hi, how are you?
Hello, my name is Veta Pasuto. I'm with the Anchor Church. So our community are in need with a large project. This developer has the opportunity to be a beacon of hope during these hard times. We know the project of this size could give back so much to our community, but it doesn't seem that they will. The community of Lancaster deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Renee?
Is it Renee? All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. We are here today to oppose this project and to ask that you oppose it as well. We had hoped that this developer would choose to hire responsible contractors who will hire locally, providing living wages, ensure benefits for the workforce, and provide the chance for apprentices to learn the trade on a real job site. Unfortunately, they have not done so. This developer said that they would reach out and had failed to do so. This overall is a failure to our community, and we deserve better. I'm here today on behalf of the 68 skilled and trained ironworkers who live in this city of Lancaster. These are hard-working men and women, your neighbors, who take pride in building the structures that power our community, schools, and economy. These are not just workers, they are parents, coaches, mentors, role models for the children and others who live in this community. I'm sorry about that. All they ask for is the opportunity to provide for their families and contribute to the city as productive, tax-paying residents. By continuing to support projects and agreements that prioritize local, skilled, and trained union labor, you're investing directly in the people of Lancaster, ensuring that they can work with dignity, safety, and pride. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to local working families. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny S. Copito.
Good afternoon, Mayor Crisp, Vice Mayor Crisp, or Mayor Parrish, Vice Mayor Crisp, and council members.
They confuse us all the time. We're the same age.
Yeah.
I'm the better looking one.
Every project that is brought forth in front of you is an opportunity to strengthen our middle class in Lancaster and the surrounding areas. It is a chance to fight for working families and their children, and to send a message to your constituents that you care about the needs of their economic mobility. This developer has failed to make a commitment to use responsible contractors and hire our local skilled workforce. Until they do, we ask that you deny this project. Also, they have denied the opportunity to family members, parents, to be able to spend more time with their children. By denying this project, you are giving our members, 46 of them, reinforcing iron workers, the opportunity to spend more time with their families. This contractor is not willing to do that, and he is overlooking that our members have to travel over 2 hours down south to be able to go to work to support their families, which takes away time from them from cheer events, sporting events, and anything else that we do for our families. We ask that you deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Makes a difference. Tony Pulio.
Good afternoon, Board. I thought I was going to be speaking to the same people that we did at the last two meetings, but so I'm going to shoot from the hip on this one and hopefully enlighten a little bit on what's happening. Can we go back to the first picture, the one that was before this? So that right in the middle and the bottom, that's my property. 17 years ago, I asked a realtor to find me a piece of property. I wanted to build a nice home for my family. And He said, I wanted a rural area, something that was private, you know, far houses kind of further apart from each other than regular residential. So he picked out this piece of property for me. We looked at it and we liked it. It's in town, but it is rural. And that's why we wanted to get it, because it's in a rural area. If you look now on the elevation picture, if you can go, I think it's about five up, go to the elevation. Remember, that's my house right there in the middle, right under the purple line. Can we see the elevation picture? A couple more. Keep going. One more, I think. One more. That's what I'm going to be looking at over my back wall. That's exactly what I'm going to be seeing over my wall. I built a really nice home, and I can probably guarantee if any of you built the home that I built there, I spent a lot of money building this house for my family. Not to look at this. I wanted a rural area. I wanted to be in town, but not that close to town. So I just want you to see where we're coming from. All the properties that are kind of below where the other picture was, I don't think there's anybody in here that approves or that is for this project. There's no reason for it. It's not in the general plan that was, I know they spent hours doing that general plan with the city members, council members. I saw lots of your names on there, and they came up with areas to do projects like this. I've been in business here in Lancaster and Antelope Valley for 40 years. In April was 40 years that we've been in business. And I understand he needs to make money. That's what business is about. Yes, make money, but he's taking advantage of buying residential area, not at a commercial price to do this project. Right across the way on L is part of the specific general plan where he can do this. And there's lots of other places where he can do this, where it's not a problem and encroaching on our, you know, what we bought our properties for. So I just hope that you would oppose this project. Thank you.
Mark Chemistry? Oh, you're in favor. Hold on, Mark. Hold on. We're going to put you guys all together. Okay. Lorraine Hardy? Okay, Lorraine, why don't you wait while I get, no, come on down, but I'm going to fill up the 5 seats. Sharon Hartwig? Mary Elena? Joseph Gonzalez? Is it Shin Biano? And Pilar Kuhn. Oh, Miss Laser. Pilar Kuhn, I guess we'll start with you.
My name is Pilar Kuhn. It's not Miss Laser, however. My husband and I bought our property on L12 12 years ago because it was rural residential. I married a pig farmer's son who moved to Inglewood when we first got married because that's where I was living, and 1 car distance between our house and the next was too close for his liking. We moved up here because of the space, because of agriculture, because of the rural residential zoning in our neighborhood. We really shouldn't be here having to ask you to be our final voice, to be our last hope, to deny this project's development. It's not that we don't want development in Lancaster. We know that there are tax dollars that will help our city. We're all for development. I love that Costco is catty corner from this section. It's close. I love that Trader Joe's is a few miles down the road and Stater Brothers is that way. But when I turn off of Avenue M or even off of Avenue L or even 20th Street West and I turn onto that dirt road, it is this strange veil of an oasis where if I have to come up from LAX for my job and I get home, I feel peace turning on my gravel road. I don't worry about the cars zipping past. I'm there. I live 3 lots from the freeway. One of the gentlemen of Mr. Torkin's team had the audacity to stare at me and say, "Who wants to live that close to the freeway?" Not knowing we purposefully bought our home 3 lots from the freeway on a dead-end street, and it's quieter than the street we lived on in Inglewood by a stop sign. We chose to live there. I love my neighbors. I love my residents. They are wonderful. We had a fatal accident on Avenue M last fall, and it was horrible. And traffic got diverted up 15th and over to L12 to get to 20th. The number of cars in that short time frame that sped 50, 60 miles an hour on 1/3 of a mile to turn swiftly onto L12 to careen down the road caused Doug Pistone to dig a ditch to slow them down because it was dangerous. The people that don't live there don't care. We were told at one of the neighborhood outreach by Mr. Torkin that we weren't listening. We weren't caring about how this was going to improve our neighborhood and improve our daily existence. But it doesn't. He could develop that land for 4 single-family homes and leave that lasting legacy for his family to maintain the rural residential life that we all appreciate in our little area of White Fence Farms. But instead he wants to put this. This is not a problem. This is very much needed in Lancaster, but not here. The Planning and Zoning Committee heard them, but they had an opportunity to vote no to changing the zoning, and they voted to put it in your hands. Your hands. You are our final voice, our voice that you've heard repeatedly, 26 speaker cards, to please vote no to this development at this location. We could offer to buy the land back from him. He bought it 18 years ago. We'd be open to that to find a different solution for a different ROI. But if he doesn't develop this and he sells it to somebody else, and we've been told if they don't do it, somebody else will. We've been told that it will happen, that we don't have a say. You've heard it. We do have a say, but you are our final voice. We are asking you to please vote no to this development at this location. Thank you.
You guys are doing extremely well. But again, I want to caution you. It really makes my ears shut off when there's any type of hint of personal attacks. Because I really don't know what their motives are. Really, all I'm concerned about is what is the impact on you? What is the impact on the city if we don't do it? You know, and as I'm sitting here, I want to be totally upfront with you. These are hotels. That's bed tax. That's really something the city, I don't want to say craves, but, you know, well, I really can't, but, you know, there's just too many people. Normally I would. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I think it's fair that you know all of the calculations that are going on are inside at least my head. And, you know, okay? Makes sense?
It's been a year of us fighting for our neighborhood.
I get it.
This is our last stand.
I get it. You're not doing bad.
I'm just letting you know that we've heard them. We've heard we've heard them. We have. But they aren't hearing us, and we need you to hear us.
Okay, I get it. Why aren't they doing labor?
It's a fair market value.
I would recommend that question be posed to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Lorraine Hardy?
It's a fair market. They're not getting it.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing us. I hardly have anything left to say. It's been said. You didn't really want to hear facts. You've heard a ton of them. You wanted to know how it would impact us living in our little community over there. And I just live right down the street from Pilar. And our little street there, yes, it's a dirt road. We love our dirt roads. We don't love them, but you know, there are roads.
I did get stuck in that dirt road one time when it was raining.
We've been stuck, but you know, we get out because we've got friends and neighbors. And we have animals. We've got horses, I do. And we've got, as you heard, there's livestock, and there's other people that have animals, chicken farms. And yes, we have had numerous people, even without an accident on Avenue M and L12, people decide to take a little shortcut. And their little shortcut is 30, 40, 50 miles per hour on our roads. They go straight down 15th Street, they turn on our street. That's how it impacts us. And that's without a gate. And we didn't ask for the gate. He offered to put a gate in and to give us a little clicker to open up that gate. We don't want a clicker. We don't even want the gate. We want our roads. That's our neighborhood. We don't want that in our backyard. And on top of that, the water will be tremendous. It will up our water prices, having to pump in from other, I forget what it is, but we don't want that. We want to keep our community the way it is. We love our neighbors. We love our land. We have 2.5 acres. And you wanted to know how it would impact us. Well, it's going to impact us with the traffic and the traffic on Avenue L to 15th. Even without this new project here, there's been a lot of accidents right there without this new project coming in. So we ask you, please deny this because we are against it. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you very much. I'm still confused, Trelise, about the water. Do they have will serve letters?
The will serve letter comes at the time of building permit. So at this point, they do a study as part of the environmental document that just talks about water availability, but they do not obtain the will serve letter until they submit for building permit.
I'm confused how they're going to do that. I mean, give me some help here.
Again, I think that's a question to ask to the development team and their engineers.
I'm sorry, what?
That is a question for the development team and their engineers.
Okay. Stephen Hatchke? Did I get? Hold on.
You're close. It's Steve Hatcher.
Yeah, but I'm skipping over people. Marvin?
I didn't touch it.
Did you sabotage me? I'm looking for it. Ah. No, it was way too hard for me. I turned him upside down. Shin?
Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members, my name is Shin Wayno. My wife and I married at Sacred Heart Christian Church right here in 1990. I'm right at the corner of L4 and 15th Street West. So right where Laser Lady was saying about the canyon, Shin Canyon, we have a little canyon there. But I'm here today on behalf of many of concerned residents of White Fence Farm to strongly oppose this proposed zoning change and development on 15 and L. There's a lot of said, I'm not going to repeat them. This would take us from roughly 16 residents to over 500 residents and hundreds more in transit, hotel, and commercial traffic. That's an extreme leap that does not align with the character of our neighborhood. According to the Lancaster's own general plan, there's already enough vacant land within this designated urbanizing area to accommodate growth. This project is outside that area and violates the city's stated goals to preserve open space, protect rural lifestyle zones. Traffic will increase more than 500%, turning our quiet private road into a congested and dangerous corridor. Our road is not maintained by the city. We own homeowners would be liable for accidents. Again, noise, light pollution, safety concerns, especially regarding privacy, HVAC noise, and hotel activity, are just the beginning. Environmentally, this development puts a major strain on our local White Fence Farm Mutual Water Company infrastructure, power, and waste systems. The increase in greenhouse gases, vehicle miles, and air pollution, we all talked about this. That conflicts with the policy 3.3.4 of our general plan. This development would destroy the long-established rural neighborhood that's been part of Lancaster for over 65 years. We are not against growth, but we're asking for smart growth in the right areas. This proposal belongs in the urban infill zone, not in the quiet, private, family-focused neighborhood. I urge you to reject this zoning change and protect the integrity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Hartwig?
Is it me?
Oh,
hello, everybody.
All right. Maria Lee.
Everybody, hello. You know me. I know you. This neighborhood organizes very well for generations. And I live downtown Lancaster in a high-density living area. I purposely moved out of Lancaster downtown to move back to my childhood home, back with my neighbors that I grew up with, people that have come back to this community to retire in Lancaster. Multiple business owners in this area that have poured millions of dollars back into the community, tax dollars, employers of a lot of employees in this area, and continue to support our local nonprofits, support our leadership, support our whole area. Now, the night we were at the Planning Commission meeting, there was a carjacking at the corner of L and 20th. So we know, and from my experience of living downtown Lancaster, the impact that's going to come to our neighborhood with this growth. We want development, just not in an area that is proposed for rural and an area that is going to have to be rezoning our general plan. So as a community, we organize really well. We also work with all the neighbors across the way. We don't have the right map up here, but I am directly, and I'm to a point now where I'm going to reinvest into Lancaster. I have these issues every day at my Avenue K property. We talk about having fences and carrying guns, so we know that the more density this area is, it's going to bring it back to our neighborhood. So we're an educated area. We're business owners. We care about the city. We want development, just not impacting this area. Like I said, I came back to my childhood home, which is possibly retirement. The same with my friend Shin. Came back from Rhode Island to retire in this neighborhood. We stick together. We support Lancaster. And I'm just shooting from the hip because everybody else has said the same thing. So we hope that you'll vote no on this proposal, and maybe we can move it somewhere else that's in the city for, you know, the tax dollars. We understand that because we are taxpayers. We are developers of industry. And Mr. Mann came to our community and understands how well we all work together and want to be a part of it. So please consider a different location.
It, right?
I'm against it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sharon Hartwig.
Good afternoon. I know you're ready to go home. Well, we've been on our street, L4 and 17th, George Hartwig and I, for 60 years. When we moved out there wasn't much there at all. Through the years, because Al Hartwig told us we should move there, it was a great location. Through the years, we have had just a beautiful area. And we love our, as you heard from everybody, we are now in our 4th generation in our property. And we've gone from 2 people to 32 people in my family. In my family, and we all live here. We love it here, and we want to live here forever. So I'm just, with everything that's been said here today, I'm sure you've heard it, and I agree with everything. I appreciate how much they love where we live. I just wanted you to know, nothing has been said, but I asked Siri the other day, how many acres or how many square miles are in the city of Lancaster? 96. Does anybody know?
96.
You do know. Thank you. There's 96 square miles in Lancaster city limit. And we're just asking, do we really need a 5-story, 2 buildings right there in 10 acres? We just say, please, please don't put it there. Put it somewhere, but just not there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, you're actually for the
I know.
You're against the project.
I am against on behalf of safer
which is an environmental group. which
Oh, I see,
we're
okay.
filing the appeal.
Okay, if you could take this, take the witness stand. would you?
And I'm actually not from here, although I've spent many a day here. I am from Simi Valley, California. I'm an attorney, and I represent Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility. Thank you, esteemed Mr. Mayor Paris and esteemed council members. We believe that this should not be a mitigated negative declaration, that instead there should be an environmental impact report so that a lot of the issues that are brought here might be kind of fleshed out, and the community as well as the project proponents can come together and determine what kind of a project they want to see. Our argument is that there is not, that an EIR is required because there is substantial evidence of a fair argument that the project will have significant adverse environmental impacts. And we have 6 reasons for this. First, there's a fair argument that the project may significantly affect biological resources. Some of this we've already heard, and we can incorporate it into actually what we put forward in terms of our experts.
I'd rather you focus on what is the criteria for a negative impact report versus the EIR, and how does this fail to meet that, if it does?
Correct, yes.
Could you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Sure.
So what we have here is a mitigated negative declaration, which is similar to a negative declaration. And the criteria is whether or not there is the appellants, which would be us, SAFER, believes that we have sufficiently analyzed the adverse impacts to make a fair argument. It's not that we are saying this is absolutely the case, simply a fair argument that the project might significantly impact biological resources.
And define that for me.
It's whether or not, if you hold up the scale, Lady of Justice, it's kind of the same thing you see in plaintiffs. Biological resources, which would include wildlife, any kind of plants, flora, fauna, any of those that are listed on any kind of government agency websites for wildlife and preservation.
What other impacts is it having that would negate the negative declaration?
So, we have 6 in general. And so the second one is that we believe that there's a potential significant impact for valley fever. The third argument is that there might be a significant impact that affects noise. The fourth is that the project may adversely affect air quality. Fifth, that there's a fair argument that it may adversely impact indoor air quality through underground migration of chemicals. And finally, there's an impact that this project may have cumulative significant impacts. So our significant cumulative impacts. And that means as a whole, this project might significantly impact, even with the mitigating negative declarations, the people that you see here today. We can step it a little bit one at a time and say, well, we're going to change this part, we're going to change that part. But ultimately, many of the parts that we're looking at, we can't know how they're going to impact completely what's going on because they haven't been fundamentally prepared so that we can make an informed decision. And basically that's all CEQA does, is provide enough information so that there's an informed decision as to the project. So, and that is all that I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys need a break? I need one too. We're going to take a break.
Back. We have not too many of those. Jordan's, is it Sisk? No, go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to fill the seats. Okay. Stephen Hatchkey's there, right? No, no, no. If you could just have a seat, sir. So, Douglas Pistone. If you could have a seat. We're in the final stretch. Audie Grubel, Gary Johnson, and Juan Munoz. If you could go ahead and line up.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a request from Mr. Sisson to be first among this group, as he's here for the appellant and does have another engagement.
You want priority over all of these people that have been waiting here all day. No. Okay, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as a consolation, Juan Munoz is one of my clients. He will not be speaking, so that'll save at least 3 minutes. So good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a land use CEQA attorney representing one of the appellants, Local 11 Unite Here, as well as Tanisha Miles. My union client represents thousands of hotel workers throughout Southern California, including over 100 residents who call Lancaster their home, as well as Tanisha Miles, who's here. She'll wave her hand, also an appellant. Tonight, I heard a lot about wanting to hear facts, and respectfully, our appeal includes substantial facts, substantial evidence that was included in our appeal that we submitted that identified a variety of CEQA issues. That appeal was not included in the staff report like the other appellants, but they did identify numerous issues. These issues are important because they show impacts that are not being mitigated, something such as land use consistency, greenhouse gas emissions. You heard earlier about vehicle miles traveled, that's traffic, VMTs for short, and also biological impacts of Joshua trees. Frankly, there's numerous issues in over 100 pages of our prior comments, as well as expert evidence cited by other appellants. Unfortunately, respectfully, neither the staff report at the Planning Commission level or tonight's staff report really addressed those issues. And why is this important to my client? Well, these have real-world impacts. Without a correct CEQA analysis, the city is leaving off of feasible mitigation that gets to reduce project impacts. This is through feasible project design features and mitigation. Not to go through all of them, there are feasible mitigation that could be incorporated, such as using additional traffic demand management strategies, as well as minimizing impacts to Joshua trees, which not only important to my clients, but also important to the public. These are benefits and environmental impacts that can be avoided, not only that my clients will suffer, but also the public does suffer. Again, we respectfully disagree with the staff report. Doesn't really address in detail our appeal points, and we respectfully stand behind our appeal, which speaks for itself, and ask you to grant the appeal and remand it until those issues are addressed with additional mitigation. I thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to go first. Now I can see the rest.
So just so I'm clear, you're asking us to send it back to the Planning Commission?
Well, if you grant the appeal or you deny the project approvals at this stage, then the planning and the city can consider a proper CEQA analysis and include additional mitigation measures. If you approve it tonight and deny the appeals, it's out of the city's hands at that point in time, Mr. Mayor.
What are our options?
You can approve, you can deny, you can continue, or you can send back to planning.
So what is the impact of us sending it back versus denying it?
If you send it back, well, if you deny it, then the developer is prohibited from submitting resubmitting a plan for a year. If you send it back to Planning Commission, that allows the opportunity for the developer to work with the community, to work with the unions, to make changes to potentially address any issues that you might have. And continuing it may allow time for similar things to be done, but may nonetheless require going back to Planning Commission depending on the nature of any changes.
I wonder if the community is amenable to sending it back so that they can work those things out.
I would not know.
This was a carom shot at you, you know, I'm asking for some advice here. All right, thank you. Mr. Munoz is not speaking, right? Okay. Audie Grubel?
I live at 1657 West L4, and I've lived in Lancaster for 69 years, and 57 of those years in White Fence Farm. Thank you. I still contend that this is, meets the description of spot zoning, because we don't need this type of development in White Fence Farms area. It can be constructed in a lot of other places in the city, and so that means that it doesn't meet the necessary part for not being spot zoning. Forgot what I was going to say now. Well, the heavy density of it would affect our lifestyle in White Fence Farms to the point of pretty much destroying it, actually. So I feel that that's something that also meets the description of spot zoning. It ruins our lifestyle. And I respectfully ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Hatchkey? Now you're up.
Yes, finally. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members. I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak today, and the rest of us speak today. There's a lot of us here. I'm a retired military service veteran who served in our great U.S. Air Force for 21 years, having served in the combat zones, Operation Enduring Freedom, and Iraqi Freedom. My wife and I wanted a peaceful post-military life, so we moved to Lancaster, and I work for Northrop Grumman, and my wife works for Lockheed Martin. We chose our little 2.5-acre slice of heaven. You know, the area is private, it's tranquil. It's like you're living, you know, out in the country, but yet you're within the city, just like everybody else says. You've heard from many today on the safety concerns, the potential uptick in crime, water usage, environmental impacts, and the traffic disruptions, and et cetera. But the most important issue to me is the eyesore that this 5-story hotel, 5-story the apartment complex, and this strip mall is going to create on our little slice of heaven right there. The question I have for you guys, hypothetically, if I were to actually rezone your actual driveway, right, the actual base of your driveway with a Walmart or a gas station, whatever, and you have to pass by that every single day, you wouldn't like that, would you? You're like, God, I didn't move here for this.
Come on, it's not a Walmart.
Well, I'm just saying, all due respect, sir, hypothetically. Okay. So once again, you get my gist, right? You get to pass by this eyesore every day, and that's not what you wanted because you moved there for a reason. This is how we all feel about this, the rezoning issue that's going on right now. So that said, to think about though, 5 stories, guys. I mean, you know, we're all small houses there, 2.5 the acre plots, 5 stories. The one guy talked about flying his drone over there, and you can see so far down it's ugly. I walk and I run 1.5 miles every day. I run down L4. I go over to 15, down to L, and actually the area, the little trail area that they're going to build this at, back down. And my wife, she goes with me every once in a while too. So I actually use this area a lot. And having this this hotel and stuff built here, it's going to totally screw up why I wanted to move here. So that said, I ask each of you to please think with your hearts, guys. And you need to focus on the well-being of your citizens here and not the money, okay? Please vote no on this rezoning issue. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you. Douglas Pistone.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to be real quick here. Okay, I moved here 4 years ago. My real estate agent told me this will be rural residential forever, and that's why I moved here. I do a specific type of egg. I have hundreds upon hundreds of chickens. I do a special egg that only is done in 3 places in the whole United States. My competition being in New Jersey and in Florida. I'm the only one here that does this. I had to have 19 soil samples done and make sure there was no any type of chemicals in my property, and that's why I bought it, White Fence Farms White Fence Farms area. You know, some people say they come to our area and they don't like it, and they say, oh, wow. But, you know, we pay property taxes just like everyone else does. But unfortunately, we've got dirt roads. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have curbs. We don't have any sewage on our streets. And we don't even have street sweepers. But we pay taxes just like any other residential neighborhood here in Lancaster. So the changing of this zoning for me is just, to me, it's ridiculous. I don't understand, you know, why we have to go through all of this. You know, I have neighbors, and we have neighbors that have all kinds of farm animals. My neighbor across the street has bulls, has cows, has 13 horses. He has goats, he has sheep, and he has pigs. You know, if you look at a hotel project, and we've got plenty of them, I'm not cracking on them, I'm just saying we have plenty. When do you see any hotel in Lancaster that is next to our type of a neighborhood, rural residential 2.5? You're not going to find it. And you know why? Because we're the only one left. There is no other rural residential in Lancaster. We are the one and only, and we do not want to lose that. It is golden for us. Everybody who's there loves it. I know for 6 blocks, I live on L12, I know every neighbor up and down my street, and I've got all their emails and I've got their phone numbers. We are a tight-knit community. Each one of our streets has a neighborhood watch captain, and we have meetings regularly all the time, which we did so good, we're getting the flock cameras installed in our area because of the crime. So we love this neighborhood. I don't want to see a big project like this come in. This is way beyond what we wanted. There's also something that I got here from the city that kindly Philip gave to me, and it says, I want to point out that this isn't, we're not just here to say that we preserve the rural residential area, but if you look at the general plan, it says on page 1-6 that there is enough vacant urban residency land without the need to convert additional rural residential areas for urban use, and we're the only ones left. So I beg you guys to please say no to this project. Thank you.
Hey, I want to hear more about your eggs.
I'll tell you afterward. Level 5 organic.
Thank you. Gary Johnson, last but not least.
Oh, okay.
Nope, not last.
Not last. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Actually, you might say good evening, the way we're going. But good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council members. I would like to highlight several key impacts from a letter I put together. We have 3 neighborhood watch in our community, and we have impacts based on the potential that would happen if we have this development happen. So I would like to read some of the big things on there. We are very concerned about the substantial increased risk to the safety and peace of our collective neighborhood if the subject development is approved and implemented. Our neighborhood is currently zoned as not urban residential and RR 2.5 rural residential, and our residents enjoy that designation to maintain a semi-rural and safe living on larger private lots within the city of Lancaster. And many residents maintain livestock, you've heard, and horses on their property. We are generally concerned since there's already been a very noticeable increase in traffic, including speeders, burglaries, and trespassers in our neighborhood, especially within the last 2 years, which prompted the establishment of 3 neighborhood watches in our area. We have had several homes vandalized and burglarized in the neighborhood in the last 2 years. There have been many sightings of vehicles scoping out our neighborhood. Incidents of mailbox theft remain rampant in our neighborhood, and we're continuing to see vehicles traveling at excessive speed at our private road, causing extreme dangerous safety issues. We are also generally concerned about the substantial increase of traffic on 15th Street West south of the proposed development will significantly exacerbate safety problems beyond any reasonable control by our neighborhood residents in the city. Finally, and most importantly, there are many children living in our neighborhood. We have grave concern for the safety with the traffic speeders we already have now. And we're very troubled that opening 15th Street West to additional traffic would be a lot more, would be extremely dangerous. And then also, I want to mention our water easements have been compromised. Trespassers have and continue to use our private easements to scope out potential homes for vandalism and burglary. We cannot afford that anymore. One time we had trespassing over our easement, and it caused a water main to break, and the residents in our neighborhood were out of water for a day and a half over New Year's. So this is things that are dangerous. We just can't afford to have extra trespassers or criminal activity in our neighborhood. So anyways, we recognize the need for economic development and growth, and strongly believe that such initiatives should not compromise the safety of established residential areas. We respectfully request that alternative locations for commercial development be considered, ones that do not encroach upon the rural community. The White Fence Farm community is the last such community within the area of Lancaster. It would be regrettable to adversely damage its integrity, safety, and purpose. In summary, we oppose the proposed rezoning of the subject property to mixed use and mixed use commercial, and it was signed by me, Neighborhood Watch Captain in L12, Sharon Hartwood, the Neighborhood Watch Captain at L4, and Zuma Galagos, who is the Neighborhood Captain on L8. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for everybody who's opposed to the project.
Mr. Mayor, there was one more card by a Greg Lewis that I don't believe was ever called. I just want to make sure it didn't get shuffled in with others.
Mr. Lewis, come on down. Now, with that entrance.
I'll make it quick. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Of course. So my name is Greg Lewis. I'm the business manager with the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters, Local 761. And you know, when a development comes to town, it's an opportunity to create a positive impact on the whole community. And part of that community is the construction workers that live up here. And so, you know, this developer didn't hold true to their word with working with us to hire local skilled and trained workforce for this project. Our local skilled and trained workforce should be part of these projects that would create living wage jobs and apprenticeship opportunities for local residents here in the Antelope Valley. This is why I'm asking you for your support in opposing this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rick Norris.
Sorry, I think Russ said it. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Paris, Vice Mayor Chris, and
It's
the
tough
City
swimming
Council.
upstream.
Huh? Say again?
It is difficult swimming upstream.
I've been doing it for 35 years, so we're working to improve. My name's Rick Norris. I'm the former head of the building industry in the Antelope Valley and chairman of Palmdale Regional Medical Center, and also a resident for 35 years. This community will continue to grow by leaps and bounds, only limited by the lack of sufficient housing. This will also limit the ability to attract more engineers, more aerospace, skilled workers, and more doctors. All are critically important to sustaining the growth and supporting our communities. Currently, we have 36 medical doctors who are in the midst of residency training at Palmdale Regional, and we'll have 60 in 2026 and over 100 in 2027. Our intent at Palmdale Regional is to train them and keep them. With housing, we're able to do that. We have a housing shortage. We need to find ways to assimilate them and make them feel like they're part of the continuing support that we're going to give them as citizens of the Antelope Valley. And for that 3 years of additional training, we have and will make them want to remain here for the future. Healthcare and housing are our main obstacles to sustained growth, including the growth of our aerospace workers who also need housing, Per diem pays the hotel tax, but housing keeps them as residents. I'm disappointed in the White Fence Farms homeowners. We met with them several times. They extracted major improvements in those many meetings, and that was to improve their lifestyle. Then they show up to the Planning Commission and oppose the project. This makes it difficult for me to understand, and I've been doing 35 years of the building industry. Avenue L for 25 years has been the east-west corridor for the city of Lancaster. Avenue L, that Avenue L and the freeway. The city council should approve the use. The city council should approve the use and project, and let's move forward with this. I want this to happen before they bury me in Arlington National Cemetery. Thank you very much.
Hey, this is Lancaster. We're all very respectful of each other. Markham Street. You left? Okay. Okay, Raj, you got anything?
You want to close the public hearing?
Oh, that's right. I got to close the public hearing. I always forget that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
What?
After listening to everybody, like I do agree that I don't want nobody looking in my backyard or front yard or at me at all. So I know we need to find a different way to. I suggest that. This plan I don't like it because hotel like right by the residence is not fair to them.
I think.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
So Marvin's going to give me grief because I'm going to speak about my 16 years on the Planning Commission. And although I'm questioning the project about where that hotel is located at, it was brought out 5 stories. I'm not quite for sure if we can really mitigate 5 stories up against rural residential. And so I kind of go along with Raj. I think we need to take a look at the project. I think a better solution possibly could be to relocate the hotel along the freeway, but clearly adjacent or right up against the existing housing. I have a rough time with that, Mayor.
Excuse me, Mayor. I apologize for interrupting. When will I get a chance to speak as a developer?
He's the owner.
Yeah.
Did you put it in
I
the
haven't
card?
had my opportunity yet.
Did you submit a card?
Yes, they know that I'm on the list to speak, just like last time.
Sure.
I'm sorry, what?
This is the property owner. It would be appropriate to allow him to speak.
I
He
don't
didn't
disagree
submit a
with you.
card.
I'm just wondering where the speaker card is.
I don't know that there was a speaker card.
Okay. All right.
Reopen the public.
I'm going to reopen the public hearing, and we'll hear from the developer, and we'll hear from Lauren. Okay.
Mayor, before he begins, thank you, sir, for being here. I did have some things, if you could address them in your remarks, sir.
Yes.
I wrote down, I would like to know about the water and where it's coming from. I acknowledge it will come later in the process, but if you've done that research, I would like to talk about, or if you could address the gate you proposed. I acknowledge that it's a mitigating factor.
Okay.
However, the maintenance of the gate, why one gate and not multiple gates? And then I have questions, and I think you brought it up too, Mayor, the road conditions. I acknowledge that you're going to take care of the road from 15th to where the gate will be. My policy is let's all be good neighbors.
Yes.
So I would like to see how you plan to be a good neighbor. And then I lastly would really enjoy a better understanding of the conversations that you had with our local union representatives here. I'm a parent, so I am that mom who wants the whole family at the dinner table at night, and I want my husband to coach soccer and whatever else I sign them up for. So if you could address those points in addition to whatever my teammates have up here.
Okay, so would you like me to address them now or after I read my testimony?
It'd be a good time. Now would be a good time.
Okay.
And pay particular attention to the labor issue.
Okay, then
you're swimming upstream.
I understand. So then this is what I will do. I will address your concerns and some of the notes that I have taken, and then afterwards I will read my testimony and explain the project. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay. First of all, Mr. Mali, the concern that you had about the hotel overlooking the neighbors or the homes to the south of the hotel. The hotel is set back 40 feet from our property line, and the closest home to the hotel building where it's projected to be is a football field away. It's 300 feet plus distance. And the people who stay at the hotel, they're working during the day at Northrop and Boeing and other places, and in the evenings it's too dark for them to want to look into anyone's backyard. So I appreciate your concern, but we have mitigated that with the distance and with the fact that it's pitch dark back there. Yes.
I still have to, it should have been other way around. Should have been residence area in the back where nobody can see, look into somewhere, and hotel should be in front of the, and by the street, Avenue L. And the restaurant and hotels in the back, and apartment is on the front. So that's why it doesn't suit me.
Okay, so even though we have that great distance and no one can really look into the backyard, there's only 3 homes just south of our property, over 300 feet or more away. But nonetheless, I just wanted to address that.
No, but a five-story hotel, it's that 20 feet or whatever, that it's not going to, I think still, people will be still over to look at it. And you don't know, everybody going to be staying at the hotel, they're working. Some creeps there, some people,
Okay, I understand. So, Ms. Hughes, if we may go back to your concerns, would you kindly repeat them just one at a time? I'll address them one at a time.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. The concerns over the water, the resources with regards to water, and which district you'll be a part of.
Okay. So, first of all, we do have a will serve letter from the White Fence Farm water community. However, our intention right now is to plan on bringing in water from LA County District 40. So it is greatly anticipated that we will not be bringing water from the White Fence Farm Mutual Water Company. Okay? Go ahead. Next.
Just while we're there, are
Yes.
you going to annex?
We're going to annex from
Into
District 40.
District 40.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, and then the maintenance of the gate.
The
I
ma-
acknowledge that the residents didn't ask that, but I'm assuming it was a good faith effort to mitigate traffic and cut through and speeding. Can you just talk me through that process and how you arrived? How many gates, where to put the gate, the maintenance of the
Okay.
gate?
Let me bring up the gate, please, and discuss it in detail.
Thank you.
First of all, in November of last year, one of my partners and I, along with one other gentleman who's assisting us through this process, we met at Miss Sharon Hardwick's home. She was kind enough to host us, and all of the captains of the White Fence Farm community. At that time, they told us what all their concerns were, and we tried to address them one by one. One of the concerns was traffic. So we offered that we would put up the gate where only the residents would have access to it by remote control at our expense, and at the planning committee, we offered to maintain the gate. So there was something to the opposite of that mentioned by one of the people who spoke. So we will maintain the gate. Now, when we were at our second open house, Mr. Doug Pistone was there, and Ms. Pilar Koo was there. She addressed her concerns, or she commented that people will try to drive north on Avenue M, from Avenue M northbound on 15th Street West.
Mr. Piston at that time looked at her and said, that problem already exists anyways. So that problem is there. And what I suggested was that between all of the homeowners, which is about 250 to 260 homes, if each homeowner puts up about $250 to $300, they can put up their own gate at the south end of 15th Street West and prevent passersby, people who don't belong in that neighborhood, to drive up there, going northbound on a dirt road at 50 miles an hour. I asked if there are signs that says private street, no traffic, and she said, Ms. Velarco said that the sign is there. I said, well, if your problem already exists, you can also put up your own gate and prevent traffic coming north on 15th Street West. So that's the story with the gate. So we will place the gate ourselves, and we will maintain it. And for the fire department, by the way, fire department will be provided with what is called a Knox box. So in case they need to go through the gate, they're able to open it and have immediate access.
Thank you. And the next issue I raised was the condition of the road and the decision of where to pave the road, how to pave it, how far.
Okay. So we're not looking to pave the dirt roads of where the White Fence Farm group is. We're only going to pave between Avenue L and to the southern border of our property, so that people who will come to the hotel or to the apartment buildings will have a paved road to come in. And we are required to add a second left turn lane on Avenue L in order to avoid any backup from cars that exit northbound from the 14th freeway onto Avenue L. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
To the point where I understand where you're going to put the road, I would like to know, did anyone from the community express a desire for you to extend the road?
No, not at all, because they do not want their roads to be paved. They like to keep their dirt roads. And our property ends near L2, so, not only do we not have the responsibility, but there's no desire to pave those roads from the homeowners.
Okay. May I ask, with regards to the road, the gate, and the water, what did they express?
They expressed concerns that they don't have enough water. So our engineer recommended that we annex water from LA County District 40, and that's the approach that we're going to take. Again, we have a will serve letter. If we want to, we can use the water from White Fence Farm, but we're not going to.
Okay. And then the last point I had is the conversations that had with yourself and our local workers, our union members here in the community.
Okay. First of all, I've been in contact with the three unions who had representatives here. Unite 11, Mr. Jerry Sisson, who spoke, between last Thursday and Monday, he and I spoke 4 times. 3 of those 4 times, there were representatives of Unite 11 on the phone. They addressed their concerns about the Joshua trees and about the lack of apartment units and housing for the people who live in the area. What I told him is that, number one, we will do everything we can to build around the Joshua trees, and whichever ones that we can't build around them, we will take them out and place them elsewhere on the property. We have 9.5 acres, so we have plenty of room to move the Joshua trees and keep them, to not destroy them. In terms of more housing, what I explained to him is that the floor plates of our apartment buildings allows for us to have more units. The units are designed very large right now. They're not very practical, and it's just conceptual design. So we are going to work with our architects to see how many more units we can add, and if possibly we can add additional apartment buildings on the on-ramp side. In regards to local contractors, unions, and so forth, our intention, and I will stipulate it in writing, is to use as many of the local contractors, subcontractors, handy people as we can. When we built this project, we have no intention of bringing contractors from San Diego or Bakersfield, or what have you. Our intention, part of our intention with this project is to help the community. And so if we're going to build a substantial project, why not use the local workforce? So this is all going in recording, so, okay. And your next question?
That was the last point.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions before I read my testimony?
I do have one more.
Okay.
Since you offered.
Yes, yes.
I want to shift gears. Where do you see this development impacting our community in a positive way? I know we heard from the chair of the Palmdale Regional Hospital, and I really enjoyed what you had to say, attracting doctors, engineers. I myself was in the military. I traveled around the world, and I chose to also come back home, like many of our White Fence Farm residents expressed. But I also acknowledge that I wasn't even born before a lot of these people were married, and that's a testament to itself, so thank you. How to make my age joke. But I also see a developing future. I see, and I acknowledge, because I'm young myself, that I like certain amenities, that I want certain things to be there for not just myself, but my family and my friends. I want my friends from LA to come here and enjoy what we have to offer. So taking all that into consideration, pivoting, what positive impacts are you and your development going to make here in the community?
Okay. So first of all, there is always the financial aspect of it. Our project, both the hotel and the apartments, generating tax dollars for the city. However, our apartment projects are going to be designed in a way that it will have numerous amenities that the residents can enjoy. Swimming pools, clubhouses, gyms, meeting areas where they can gather as a community in the building, and any other ideas that we can come up with to make it a more attractive and pleasant place to stay. I know that all of California needs housing. There's housing shortage everywhere. And if we are able to increase the number of apartment units in that area, in our project, to provide more multifamily units, by all means, we will do that. And the other thing is that between the hotel and the apartment complex, we're going to create a number of new jobs. And those jobs will have a positive impact on the community.
And so are these mortgage-paying jobs? When you say jobs, job creation?
Okay, I need to better understand your question. What do you mean by mortgage-paying jobs?
Not low income.
Yes. So jobs where I will be able to work there and afford to live here and afford to take advantage of these amenities and these shops and buy new cars here locally.
Okay, we're not going to create jobs at minimum wage. I don't think anyone is working at minimum wage. So the hotel employees will range anywhere from cleaning staff to managerial positions. Mm-hmm. And from what I understand, that the wages for cleaning staff at hotels is going to be increased substantially. And managerial positions, I don't believe that they're going to be working for minimum wage. In terms of the maintenance of the apartment building and property management, again, these will, yes, if your definition is that they can earn enough to make a mortgage payment, I believe that, yes, that will be the case.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're agreeing to stipulate to the community workforce agreement with all the unions?
When you say community workforce agreement, do you mean hiring all of the contractors from the unions?
It's an agreement that the city and the unions have went together that they will provide you enough labor to do your project with local labor.
With so local labor, yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And you'll pay them their union wages and that?
I don't know if we can do 100% union wages in terms of the type of employees. We are, I would say, at least 18 months away from being able to finalize plans and go out for bidding. So we would like to, as much as possible, use local workforce, yes, and potentially union employees.
Well, it's either you are or you aren't.
Well, this is the first time that it's been brought up to me, Mr. Chris, so, you know.
You met and we talked.
Yes.
And I told you at that time, you're going to have to talk to the unions. And
Yes.
you're going to have to come to an agreement with them.
Yes.
With that. I think you just better go on and read.
No, actually, you know what? You're correct, and yes, we will stipulate to that. So my answer is yes.
Okay. With that, Mr. Mayor, I think we should send it back to the Planning Commission, that they need to take a look at this, take a look at the community work agreement, take a look at the 5-story. You can watch a soccer game on Avenue I from a 5-story building. You're going to look a long way into a lot of backyards. The location of that needs to be, in my opinion, I think the corner needs to be developed. Not with this project, not like it stands, not with a 5-story hotel. The majority of 3-star hotel, Kens, are 120 units. This one is 240.
Right.
And so
235,
it's
yes.
double what a normal unit would be. I need some clarification on the conditions that we give it to you at, or if we're going to change it, that you won't resell it.
Our intention is to develop this project.
I know what your
Yes.
intentions are, and I've had many people stand there in front of me and say that's what their intentions are, and it doesn't work out, and LASA puts, or you put a 240-unit building there, and LASA comes and fill it with homeless. These people don't deserve that.
Of course not.
They don't deserve that. We need to take a look. I think that corner needs to be developed in one way or another, but not to this extent, not to a 5-story building. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to send it back.
Wait a minute. He hasn't finished his statement. I want to hear his statement.
Okay.
And then I have a few things I want to say, and then I'll give it back to you.
Okay, so with your permission, what I will do is I will address some of the concerns that I heard from the residents, and then I'll read my statement, if that's okay. First of all, in terms of traffic, it took us 1 year to satisfy the engineering department of the city planning to get the correct traffic study. The traffic study shows little impact on what is the existing traffic on Avenue L, traveling westbound. Okay. You asked me about the benefits. We're going to be providing housing and jobs. Someone stated that we went through a zone change application 10 years ago. We never went through any kind of hearing or formal zone change application. So I don't know where that information has come from. I mentioned that the fire department will have access to the gate. A nice lady here was concerned about the fact that this project will not have any affordable housing element to it. I have heard nothing but opposition to affordable housing in this project. Now, if the White Fence Farm would like additional buffers, we can definitely provide additional planting of trees to provide more buffers towards the area. There's going to be 2 left turn lanes. All of the parking will be within the project. There will be no parking on 15th Street. There will be no parking signs, and no one will be able to park on 15th Street West. There was also another thing. Mr. Perez, your concern was, what if we get the approval and we flip the property to someone else and then they decide to change it? Well, if the project gets approved, the city can certainly stipulate that in case of a sale, it has to be this project. The next buyer can't come and change it. Again, our intention is to build, okay? I mentioned about the fact that we're quite a few months, I would say at least 18 months away from being able to start construction of anything. All of the biological and cultural reports have been completed and satisfied by planning. And during the Planning Commission, they heard everyone's concerns. No one's concern was overlooked. And they voted based on all of the concerns that they heard. I mentioned the fact that traffic already exists on 15th Street West northbound from Avenue M. We will hire local contractors. And Mr. Johnson, in the last letter that he submitted to Planning Commission, he had written in there that if the Planning Commission approves the project, that mitigation for some of their concerns will be taken into consideration. We addressed all of their concerns in a number of conversations with the White Fence Farm captains, okay? And by the way, if we gate off their community, that provides more safety, not more dangers. People live in a gated community so that they have less crime, not more crimes. Okay, so I will read my testimony with your permission. Good afternoon, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Chris, council members, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about Lancaster Village, our proposed mixed-use project at Avenue L and 15th Street West. Let me begin by clarifying that Westline Partners has no affiliation with the Maverick gas station that was previously proposed. We are a small group of family and close friends in this venture. With me today are my wife Sabrina, my dear friend and partner Amir, who have each personally invested in this project. Also with us is a member of our architectural team who can answer any questions you may have. 20 years ago, our family and a few close friends, including my sisters, their spouses, my elderly aunt and uncle, we purchased this 9.5-acre property with a vision to build something meaningful for Lancaster. Over time, we have considered options, including a Target store and possibly a large retail center. Instead, we decided that high-intensity retail did not fit the character or location of the site. Instead, we're proposing Lancaster Village, a walkable, low-intensity development with much-needed multifamily housing, a boutique hotel, and welcoming restaurants. Located next to the freeway and a major commercial arterial, it's a natural transition between White Fence Farms and the city core. Our property sits on the northeast end of the White Fence Farm community. So we're not in the middle of the community. We're not going to be disturbing their lifestyle. We understand some neighbors prefer no development or large lot homes on this site, but in over 2 decades, no developer has ever shown interest in building a residential project at this site because it sits in the shadow of a highway on-ramp. Our plan fills that gap and complements nearby professional offices and multifamily uses. The design is intentionally low impact. All parking is placed inside the site, preserving the residential feel. The project includes drought-tolerant landscaping, pedestrian pathways, and shielded lighting that preserves the dark skies. Most important, we have spent the past year actively engaging with the community. We have held open conversations, including a gathering hosted by Ms. Sharon Hartwig, and responded with real tangible solutions to their concerns. At our expense, we have proposed to install an electric gate on 15th Street West at the southern end of our property with remote control access to the White Fence Farm residents. This will be an improvement to existing conditions, and because of this gate, less cars will travel on 15th Street West in both directions. At our expense, we will install fencing at the water easement to prevent trespassing and potential damage. Access will only be allowed to the White Fence Farm residents and the utility companies. When we met at Ms. Hartwig's home, Mr. Johnson told us that on New Year's Day, someone had driven through that easement and broke the water main, and they didn't have water for 2 days. Well, we will do something that they haven't done themselves. We will stipulate in doing that. In February of this year, after sending notices to residents within a 1,500-foot radius, we're only required to send notices to residents within 500 feet. We hosted 2 open houses where our team presented full plans to the attendees and addressed their concerns, including drainage and water use. Our engineers have designed a drainage system on our site in order to avoid flooding on 15th Street West. They currently have flooding there. So our plans will eliminate that flooding issue that they have, which is, to me, an incentive and an improvement to the neighborhood. We're also studying the planning of annexing into LA County Waterworks District 40 so that our project does not draw water from White Fence Farm's private water system. Some of the residents of the White Fence Farm group expressed concern about northbound traffic on 15th Street West from Avenue M. This problem already exists and has nothing to do with our proposed project. There are approximately 250 to 260 homes in that neighborhood. If each member contributes $250 to $300, they can install an electric gate by Avenue M and 15th to prevent northbound traffic on 15th Street, something the residents could have done years ago and avoided that problem that they currently have. And here's something we feel must be said respectfully but clearly. Many of the same individuals who raised concerns also thanked us for those solutions offered at the time. They appreciated our responsiveness. Now, despite our good faith efforts and numerous conversations with the captains of the White Fence Farm group, they continue to oppose the project and act as though we did nothing to address their concerns. That's frustrating and disheartening for a team that has done everything possible to be transparent, responsive, and community-focused. We also want to acknowledge the labor organizations involved in this process. During recent days, I've spoken in detail with members of United 11 and their attorney who represents them. We also had discussions with the attorney representing Creed LA and SAFER, and our discussion is that during the next 30 days after this hearing, we're going to meet, we're going to discuss a resolution and come to an agreement so that all of their concerns, including the Joshua trees and housing and all that, will be addressed, and within less than the 30 days, we will come to an agreement and a resolution and settle the matter. We discussed solutions to address their concerns, and they are pleased. I have also spoken with Mr. Tom Enslow, who represents LA Creed, who will arrange for meetings with the respective members to address their concerns as well. In addition, I've spoken with Mr. Richard Drury of the law firm that represents SAFER, Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility. Mr. Drury will contact the president of SAFER so that he and I can address their concerns. We will continue dialogue with all three groups after today's hearing, and we're fully committed to reaching a mutually beneficial outcome. I would like to once again point out the following points. Our property is on a commercial corridor next to the freeway on-ramp. Our property is on the northeast corner of the White Fence Farm neighborhood, away from their homes and their ranches. Our proposed project is not in the way of the residents' lifestyle. Our proposed project is not in the middle of their neighborhood. Our proposed project does not pose any inconvenience to the lifestyle of the White Fence Farm residents. Our project does not pose any danger to the residents, their pets, or their livestock. If anything, the gates will prevent any harm that may come to them. The distance from the back of the proposed hotel to the nearest home is 300 feet or a football field's length. In order to prevent evening lighting pollution, we have instructed our architects to design lighting that faces the ground and not the sky. In order to solve flooding issues, which currently exist on 15th Street, our engineers have designed a proper drainage system on our property that will eliminate this concern. The traffic studies obtained show little impact on the current traffic conditions. It took, as I mentioned, nearly 1 year to satisfy the engineering department. A second left turn lane onto 15th Street West has been designed to avoid traffic issues for cars traveling westbound on Avenue L. And as I mentioned, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, although we have a will serve letter from the White Fence Farm Mutual Water Company, we have offered to study the planning of bringing water and annexing water from the county's District 40. Landscaping is designed to be drought friendly. The required distance for residential buildings to the freeway is 500 feet. Our apartment buildings will have a distance of 725 feet from the freeway. In addition, we will plan on installing what's called MERV 13 filtration systems in order to collect pollutants from the freeway and provide a safer living environment for the residents. We are designing a project that will meet the housing demand in Lancaster. Our apartments will house professionals who work in the area that are looking for a pleasant setting with amenities that they can enjoy. Our extended stay rooms in the hotel will provide short-term accommodations for the professionals employed by the aerospace industry and for the families whose children compete in the local soccer tournaments. Our project will generate new jobs.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
But everybody else got 3 minutes, and
Okay.
I've given you substantially more time than that.
Okay.
Okay. And I mean.
I can finish. If I may just read my last sentence, then I'll leave out the rest.
Okay.
Is that okay? Thank you. In closing, I just want to mention to everyone, as I have before, we're not developers from out of town. We're a friends and family group working on this property for the last 20 years. I respectfully ask you to kindly approve our project and let us know what else we can do to improve it, both for the city, the council, as well as the neighbors in the area. And if I may answer any questions for you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's close the public hearing again.
See how I did that? See how I did that? I did that all by myself.
Thank you.
The things I found most significant was, one, I think the view is something to consider. I mean, that is all you're going to be looking at, and more so in regards to the apartments than the hotel. The quality of your life will certainly be affected, and I think it would probably be seriously affected by this particular project, just because of the number of cars and number of people using it. And when I first met with the developer, and I think we all did, I don't know if you all did, but I know I did, I didn't quite really realize just how big it was and what the effect it would have on the neighborhood. I'm a little concerned that we didn't have an EIR on this. I mean, clearly, this should require an EIR. You got the water issues, you got the air quality issues, you got the impact on the neighborhood. I think that we might be getting a little loose on allowing these developments without an EIR.
Understood.
And there should be further discussion before that happens. It shouldn't be just something we allow. The labor issue bothers me a great deal. The reason I like the building trades is because you can fire them if they're not doing their job, but when you use them, you know you get a quality project. We got houses that aren't slipping and sliding and falling down. It does provide mortgage-paying jobs, it provides health insurance, and it provides pensions, which is something all of our citizens need, and this is an easy way to make that happen. And so for anybody listening to this out there, making a deal with labor is a good idea if you're going to build in Lancaster. Not required, but it's a really good idea. And with that, I really don't care if we send it back or keep it, because it has to have an EIR. And without an EIR,
I think with community workforce agreements, all the unions will pull back from their questioning the CEQA requirements.
The concern is I want to know. I want to know just what the impact is going to be with this big of a development. But to the White Fence Farms folks, Avenue L is the east-west corridor. How many lanes are there now? 4? 6? It's a 6-lane road. Four.
It's designed, it's the peripheral loop, it's designed to be the loop around the perimeter of the city, so it's designed for 6.
Designed for 6, so you're getting another lane each way. The point of that being is on the frontage, and especially the corners, you're going to see commercial development. You just are. The reality is we need to balance it. It needs to be something that isn't intrusive, that isn't going to adversely affect your lifestyle and will not screw up the eggs, most importantly. Just so you know we're leaning in the future. I thought you guys did exceptionally well. I've been doing this for 17, 18 years now, and I can't remember when my mind was changed. I mean, I almost always know what I'm going to do when I come in and sit down, and you guys were very persuasive, and I appreciate that. I actually felt like why I was mayor is for these types of issues, that required balancing and looking at everybody's position and coming to a rational decision free of emotion. I'm willing to do however you want to do it.
I think we should send it back. I think you should work with the community. I think there's a lot of questions that you say that are going to happen that aren't quite answered. You need to get a will serve letter from District 40. You need the community workforce agreement. You need to do something with the 5-story because I don't think I could ever vote for it in its current configuration. We're looking at it is intrusive into these people's lives having a 5-story building. I want to go back to Mayor Paris's, and because we don't get to see this very often. We don't get to see a group of 200 people come in and present their ideas politely.
Yeah, without yelling at us. What a marvelous thing.
And I'm telling you, from what I'm hearing and seeing, that you changed a lot of decisions up here today because you did it politely, you did it effectively, and kudos to you guys for doing that. So with that, I'd like to send it back to Planning Commission or make the motion to do that with those. Are you clear enough on what we need?
I am.
Okay.
Second that.
Let's vote. It's unanimous. Thank you. I'm going to give everybody 2 or 3 minutes to, if you want to go home or leave, you can leave, and then we'll finish up the agenda.
Thank you. You can do, Raj, you can do. Gordon, you need to.
Okay, let's see if we can end this meeting in a relatively reasonable length of time. Moving on to the Housing Authority consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, we would like to remove HACC 1 from the agenda. We will bring it back at a future date.
Okay, so we're just CC2. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve HACC 2, 1, 2, and 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's vote. Passes unanimously. Moving on to the council consent calendar. Anything needing to be removed?
No speaker cards.
No conflicts or recusals? Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the consent calendar as currently comprised.
I'll second that motion.
Let's vote. Passes unanimously. Before we move on to the public hearings, I'd like us to start thinking about some type of format where, you know, if I'm going to meet with a developer and there's real opposition, it seems to me I ought to meet with them too, you know?
So you'd like the opportunity for individualized meetings with opposition representatives in circumstances like the one we just had?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
because I got a total different story.
Sure.
Compared to what everyone had to say. Public hearing item 1. Public hearing is now open.
No speaker cards.
Let's waive the staff report. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve
Close the public hearing, please.
Oh, close the public hearing.
Motion to approve PH1.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Let's vote. Passes. Did you abstain?
Mr. Mann?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit it, but I hit it too fast.
Sorry, he was asleep.
Yes. Past my bedtime.
You see what happens when you run a meeting past 5 o'clock? Okay, moving on to public hearing item 2. The public hearing is now open.
No speaker cards.
Let's waive the staff report. Is there a motion? Oh, close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve PH2.
Second that.
Let's vote. And it passes unanimously. Public hearing item 3. Let's open the public hearing.
No speaker cards.
Is there a motion?
Close it.
Oh, close the public hearing.
Motion to approve PH3, A, B, and C.
I will second that motion.
Let's vote. And it passes unanimously. PH4, let's open the public hearing.
No speaker cards.
Let's close the public hearing.
Motion to approve PH4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's vote. It passes unanimously. Moving on to PH5, let's open the public hearing.
No speaker cards.
Let's close the public hearing.
Motion to approve PH5 and adopt resolution 25-43 and introduce ordinance 1136.
Second that.
Let's vote. And it passes unanimously. We already did public hearing item 6. New business item 1. Any speaker cards? Can we hear the staff report?
Is the gentleman still here?
I don't know, can't read.
Is there someone here that is speaking on NB1? Okay.
We need the staff report first.
Wait, we're going to get the staff report. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Come to you today to talk to you about a school resource officer program. I just want to start by saying there's nothing more important that a city does than provide for the education and the advancement of their youth, of the youth of the city. And I'm proud to be working for a city who commits to that fully. Well, now we have an opportunity to take the next step in that, and that's providing safety and security for our youth inside of one of our school districts. Westside Union School District desires to contract with the city and the Lancaster Police Department to provide school resource officers for their law enforcement services on their campuses. School resource officers work in partnership with the schools and community-based organizations to maintain a positive and visible law enforcement presence on school campuses. Their role not only ensures safety, but also to build a meaningful relationship with teachers, administrators, students, and families. And their primary responsibilities will be to enforce laws, mentor and counsel students, to provide education in the form of delivering classroom presentations when asked to do, and also relationship building and fostering strong, positive relationships with the students mostly, but also with staff and parents, as well as emergency preparedness, developing and implementing emergency response protocols and comprehensive school safety plans. We'll also provide training for staff in helping them learn better ways to deal with issues sometimes they encounter with youth. So with that said, staff would like for council to approve our working on contracting with the Westside Union School District on all their campuses. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Come on up. I couldn't read your card. Can you state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Cesar Miguel Rivera Vega Magallon. I'm an advocate here in the community now for over 15 years, more or less. I grew up here in 1993, went to Sunny Elementary. I was actually a paraeducator in Westside Union School District at Ana Verde Hills Elementary. That was my first job when I got DACA in 2013, I believe. I loved that job. I got to work with children with special needs, including those with very difficult behavioral issues, which often required security, or in this case, yours truly, su servidor, to be patient and to figure out how to help a child through a crisis. Sometimes when they're over-medicated, for example, in the case of many African-American students who are on Adderall at age 8 years old, who have issues controlling their impulses and issues behaving at that age. About a year ago, 2 days shy, I met with Sheriff Luna here in Lancaster Sheriff Station to discuss issues regarding the schooling and policing. One of the issues that we had at the time as a community was, of course, it would eventually become a $4 billion settlement in the County of Los Angeles for sexual assault in juvenile halls. Some of those students come from our schools and are placed there after they are arrested in school. At the time, the Sheriff's Department's contract, which gave Sheriff Luna plenary power to enter into with any school district, allowed students to be arrested in their psychologist's office, allowed students to be arrested away from other students, excuse me, allowed the students to be arrested without their parents present or parents notified immediately, as was the case in Lancaster High School, my high school, when a disabled black teenage girl was body slammed by a Sheriff's Department deputy, and of course that scandalized the community. I'm not here to oppose the police in our campuses. I believe that's essential given the fact that we only had a couple, maybe 8, 9 years ago, a near shooting situation in Highland High School. I remember when the sheriff's deputies whizzed past my offices that year. What I will say, and I do have questions for the department, and I hope that you will include this in your agreements as you negotiate with the district, is how do we prevent and de-escalate students so that we don't send them to juvenile halls, where we don't know what happens to them, and we're already paying $4 billion to settle accusations of sexual assault and child rape. That concerns me as a member of this community and as a former employee of the union school district, as a former student of the school districts here in Lancaster, and I know that concerns you as well. I also will ask you if you have read, for example, the scathing OIG report for the Sheriff's Department's own school resource deputy contracts as a way to avoid those pitfalls, including, to my total astonishment, the illegal deputization of security guards who believe they were acting on behalf of the department, gathering evidence, questioning suspects, and preparing students to be arrested and taken away to juvenile halls. All of those raise serious concerns not only for the department and for our students, but for the city's financial safety and fiduciary responsibility of the council as we enter into contracts with school districts whose teachers may not be responsible and may place us in legal jeopardy and our students in physical and moral jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, is there such a thing as deputizing?
No, sir, we do not deputize the security guards at the schools.
Thank you. I was going to say, I wanted to get a, oh, never mind. Okay, that's the last speaker card. Is there closed? No, there's no.
Motion to approve NB 1 and 2.
Second?
Let's vote. And it passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, before we leave the action items, I need us to go back to HACC 2. I did place in front of you and at the back of the room some mild revisions to that agreement versus the one that was placed on the agenda and posted. And I wanted to make sure that that was brought to your attention and that the motion to approve did indeed include those changes, including an increase to the senior loan amount to which we are agreeing to subordinate from $33 million to $34,336,000. So I want to make sure that was brought to the attention and part of the motion.
Yes.
Do we need to revote?
Can we do a revote? I'd appreciate
Yes.
it.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Let's vote. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Moving on. Oh, it's right in front of me. NB1? Oh, okay.
Other way. Other way.
How many?
Bottom.
The bottom.
Here.
Where you? Yeah, it was there. Council agenda.
Yeah, we're on council agenda, appointment to the CJC.
The vice mayor sabotage.
It happens.
Okay, so help me out here.
Cynthia Hernandez.
Oh, is that why Cynthia's here? Okay.
Yes.
Good.
A long day.
You were talking about me.
Here, I thought you'd just like to see our council in action.
I do.
You know?
I love this.
I was a little surprised you brought your family to see the council in action. Now I get it. Yes.
Now they're saying, what are you doing, Mom?
Yeah, I'm nominating or appointing Cynthia Hernandez to the Criminal Justice Commission, which will soon become the Lancaster Police Department Commission. It'll have much broader duties, and you will be, well, I'm going to be relying on you to make that transition so that it improves the city substantially. Okay. Why don't you come on up and we'll...
I'll second that motion.
Oh, that's right. Can we vote?
Yes.
And it passes unanimously. You know, there's a rule in my office, don't let Rex do anything past 4 p.m.
In the military, too.
Huh?
In the military, too.
In the military, too. Come on up, Cynthia.
You can bring your husband. Oh, I'm going to break it out in here.
I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to.
I didn't touch it.
Oh, Mayor Paris, the certificate copy belongs to her in the
can't hear you.
folder.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay. Good. Thank you. Okay, moving on to council reports. You're on.
I would like to introduce the summer block party video that we had. For those of you who attended, it needs no introduction. We had a phenomenal time. Thank you again to our parks team and the rest of the staff for putting on such an amazing event. It feels fantastic. The energy here is just electric. There's so many family and friends that we're bumping into down there, and everyone seems to be having a good time.
What's been your favorite thing so far?
The foam pits. My favorite thing was the bubbles. I like the bounce houses.
Do we know how to party or what? That was terrific. You have a clip on the state of the city?
You know, what's going on in this city is truly unique. It's not happening anywhere else. It's impactful, and it's changing the way cities operate in 100 different ways, and nobody knows it.
It proves what everyone in the Antelope Valley really needs. We need facilities for our youth. We need places for them to go, places for them to show their intelligence. The fairgrounds is a good place with the new building. The aquatic center will be great. I think this valley's in a good place right now.
It is a jewel amongst cities. Protect it, defend it, make it higher and better. Because the people in this room are capable of doing that.
That was a good day. Vice Mayor.
Do we have something on the 4th?
We have a couple people here today that hopefully will give them a great Lancaster welcome. First of all, we have Leo Stallworth. ABC 7, we all heard of him. Once you hear his voice, you'll know who he is.
When you think of Independence Day, you think of all of the brave souls in hallowed graves at our national cemeteries across this great country. Not for them, there would be no us. freedom is not free. Thank you.
And over the brave.
Thank you. No action on the financing authority, no action on the power authority, no action on the Lancaster successor agency. City manager, do you have any announcements?
Yes, a couple quick ones. So going back to those events that we had, the 4th of July, I think we'd be remiss not to mention we had about 6,000 people out there. So the event was very well attended. Great job to our parks team, great job to the fair staff, and we're working on ideas to make it bigger and better next year. And then the summer block party, we had about 5,200 people down there on the boulevard that night. I heard some of the restaurants sold out of beer and had to get their vendors coming in to bring extra beer there. Fat Boys Tacos was the location. So very well attended event, and in that little courtyard area or the intersection there, we had 4,200 people there watching that concert. So those events are phenomenal, and it's a gift to the community, and it's just enjoyable to see them coming out and enjoying the events. The last thing I wanted to give a shout out to our economic development team. They recently created a business attraction website. We had the honor of going down to the American Planning Association, where they won an award for their website and their ability to attract new businesses to Lancaster, and we have a quick video on that.
Hi everyone, we are here at APA Awards. We just won a new Award of Merit for our website, which is for Opportunity and Empowerment Award. This is really cool because our website is a gateway for all developers, external and internal, to be able to come together and find the available resources here within the city of Lancaster. One big thing that we aimed for with this website was being able to meet businesses where they're at and being able to help take them to that next step. And that's just local business as well as external businesses. Really cool.
And that's it for my update.
Thank you. Greg, city clerk.
You didn't have to do it. This is the time to address the City Council Agency Authority on non-agendized matters. Speaker cards may be found on the back table of the council chambers. If you have completed one, please ensure you've placed it up front so you may be recognized. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. Please keep in mind, state law prohibits council from acting on items that are not on the agenda, and your matter may be referred to the city manager. Thank you.
Okay, Greg Basham. Did he leave? Ah, there you are. I thought you were here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. It looks like I picked the wrong day to come and give you a compliment. But I am here, as always, to talk about the roads. I know last meeting I was here, you guys said you got a machine or you got some people that are going to go out and start tearing them up and putting them down. So I'm looking forward to that. The other thing, though, is sitting in here, it was an interesting thing about that hotel and junk. But maybe to offset the loss of room taxes, maybe we could paint red curbs in front of the mailbox clusters and send out the new Lancaster motorcycle cops and start ticketing.
You mean police officers?
Well, yes, sir. Yeah. I'm sorry, cops, police officer. You know what I meant. But yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing those officers, the new guys that came and ladies that came in. So I think it's going to help the city to have more people out there taking care of things. Again, the speeding and what have you, I'd love to see speed bumps on my street, Green Tree, because it's a long strip. I mean, you're talking probably a mile and a half, and these knuckleheads come down there and they're just driving too fast. So sooner or later, somebody's going to end up in that end house. And I think that's about all of my gripes. And it was a very good council meeting because, like you said, nobody was yelling at you. I never yell at you.
It's not over yet. I mean, we've got this.
Well, let's hope not. But I was hoping to end it on a good note. Last meeting I was in here, didn't mention any law firm by name, but I will tell you that I got a call that day and got a letter explaining why they didn't take my case. And I do want the council and the city to know, I got a personal little note from our mayor, our Rex, thanking me for trying to use his law firm. And you guys did try to help me find a law firm. So I truly appreciate it. Thank all you council members for everything you do. And it looked like those were pretty cool parties. I should have gone. But that's it. Thank you.
Michelle?
Michelle?
Oh. Mr. Maldonado, before you speak, do you actually live in Lancaster?
Work in Lancaster right now.
You work in Lancaster, but you don't live in
Working in Out
Lancaster.
Valley. I've been here since, hello guys, anyways. Mr. Mayor?
So when
Council-
did you no longer live in Lancaster?
Probably about 3 months ago.
3 months.
I'm like 15 minutes away.
3 months ago.
But I still consider this the Antelope Valley here. I consider myself living here in the Antelope Valley since 1963. Okay.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, you seem to spend a lot of time
I'm always in
worried
Lancaster.
about where people live.
I'm
But go
always,
ahead.
I'm always in
Go ahead.
Lancaster. But anyways, Mr. Mayor, council, I do want to commend you for what you just did with the group of people that were in here. I lived in White Fence Farm for 5 years, and I have to agree with what they were saying. Because if I was still living there, I would have been right on their side with everything that happened. But I also want to, with the Lancaster Police Department, there's a lot of buzz in town to what they actually go out and do when people see them trying to handle something, but they can't do anything with it. They have to call the LA County Sheriff's deputies to come in and make the arrest or whatever. Now, I'm just saying this is what people are coming up and saying to me. I don't know how true it is, but I'm also hearing that there's certain certification that the Lancaster Police Department doesn't have. And I just want to let you guys know I have a lot of respect for you, Chief. I have a lot of respect for the captain of the Lancaster station here as well, and all the new police that you guys have brought on board. I think we can't get enough. I don't think the city can get enough law enforcement out here to handle what's going on out here with everything that's happening. But I think it's an issue when you have two law enforcement entities at the same call. I think that's a waste of taxpayers' money, especially when our taxes have gone up to 11.25%. Or that's the tax rate now that we pay here in Lancaster, Palmdale. I don't know why, if there's a certification that's not in place right now, why they can't take some of the Lancaster Police Department officers and put them into the school system as the liaisons and relieve some of the sheriffs to come out onto the streets, because we all know that there's not enough law enforcement out there. Okay, they're working a lot of hours, they're stretched from what I understand, and I think if that's something that can be done, I think that would be that would be great. But there is a lot of people asking about that in the community here. As far as the roads go, the east side of Lancaster, especially Lancaster Boulevard, is probably one of the worst roads I've seen out here, and it's been like that for a long time. I've seen people actually drive halfway into the opposing lanes so they don't have to have their tires in all the ruts and potholes and cracks and whatnot. And I think that that's an issue when it comes to alignment and tire repair. So hopefully, you know, those roads can be handled. And then on Sierra Highway, that facility that was built out there, I'd imagine it's for the homeless or whatever, but it's the Hope. It's called the Hope. It looks disgusting. When you drive down Sierra Highway, whether you're going south or north and you take a look at that, the tumbleweeds, it just looks like it's not maintained at all. It just doesn't look good. And then, of course, across the street on Sierra Highway, that whole stretch from Avenue K over to Avenue M, even going towards Avenue J, the trash and just the look of that doesn't make our city look very, very pleasing. It's not a pleasing look to look at. So hopefully, you know, with the increase of the taxes to 11.25, that there can be some money there that can be delegated to have that cleaned up. We talk about keeping the money here in Lancaster. People are talking about going out of Lancaster and going elsewhere where the taxes are a lot cheaper, you know, so how can we keep...
Mr. Maldonado.
Excuse me?
Maybe they can move to Rosemond with you, okay? Would that be a good idea?
Well, it'd probably be a little safer.
But I'm just curious, are you suggesting we get rid of the Lancaster Police
I
Department?
didn't suggest that at all.
Well, when you said that there's a double...
Well, I mean, I don't know why there's two entities.
What would you suggest,
I don't know why
Mr.
there's
Maldonado?
two. I don't know why. What I suggest.
Yes. What would you suggest?
If they're waiting for a certification, why can't they be put into the school districts as the liaisons and relieve the sheriff deputies that are there that could be on the streets that could actually make the arrest?
That's something we can do?
Well, I'm asking, is that something that you can do and look into?
You see, Mr. Maldonado, when you run for mayor, you ought to at least know what the jurisdiction is. We have no jurisdiction over the school districts. There's nothing we can do in regards to the school districts unless they want to do it. I don't get to control that. Just like I don't get to control the weeds on private property along Sierra Highway. You know, you go on social media, you stir people up about stuff, and you have no idea what you're talking about. Well, and you don't even live in the city of Lancaster. And in fact, you've signed things saying you do live in the city of Lancaster within the last 3 months, which is a crime. Thank you for coming and talking to us. You're done.
Well, you're in the same boat too, sir. You need to acknowledge that.
Let's see, we got anybody else? Hey, I think that's it. Thank you, everybody, for, did you want to say something? Come on down.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. It's been 8 years, actually, since I was last here in Lancaster able to address this body. Many years ago, me and my friends came here to change the community's face, and many of you were there with us. Many of you were there that night. I have since gone on, after returning to Guadalajara for 7 years where I was born, to become an international author. I was invited alongside Carlos Salinas de Gortari, Mexico's former president, and Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, Mexico's first image of democracy in a true and meaningful sense, to contribute an essay. That essay opens up in Lancaster, California, at Sunnydale Elementary School, where I went to school, learned English, alongside many of the people who I still look up to, my teachers, my classmates, my neighbors. I was also able to feature Lancaster inside Guadalajara, my hometown and my birth city, in my book of poetry, Andro Tauromaquia, which briefly was outselling Pablo Neruda, if you can believe that, on Amazon. And it does have poems that are about Lancaster and the Antioch Valley. I say that not to brag about my putative and very embarrassing successes, But to say that because of that, I took it upon myself as Lancaster's most adamant Spanish-speaking and international advocate. I put you in Nexos, an international magazine, so you would be in the palace grounds with the King of Spain, in Palacio Nacional in Mexico City, with the President of Mexico. And because of that, I took it upon myself to intervene when I saw that Dr. Kurwa was writing Indefensible Spaces. This is a book that chronicles our experience as a community with, of course, the consent decree and settlement agreements that we entered into as a result of the Section 8 issue many years back. I, like many people in this room, probably felt that the book would be a caricature that would make us look at apartheid Los Angeles County, and the members of this council might be particularly blamed for what happened. It's not the portrayal that I expected. I found in this book a humane portrayal, a beautiful community that was struggling to become a community after many years of what seems to be many communities living in parallel play. I brought this gift from Dr. Kurwa for the council, if you would be so kind as to look at it and read it at your own leisure, at your own time. It reminded me specifically of my youth, and at 35 years old, it's rather embarrassing, frankly, to look back on the good old days and to look back on the things that we have done as a community together. But because I was able to take the city to an international audience, because I was able to begin my international Spanish literary career in Lancaster, even while I was 1,500 kilometers away in Guadalajara, I moved, I'm sorry, I wasn't preparing these remarks. As I was seeing residents in the community fight a development or to modify a development, I thought to my own community in Huentitan, where students as young as 17 or 18-year-olds are disappeared. They're found murdered for opposing a development in their community or to defend my community from developers from around the world. That's not what's happening in Lancaster. I said Lancaster is not Tijuana. Lancaster is not like anywhere else in the world. And I hope that in this book you could see a little bit of what I see as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. I think that concludes the speaker cards. Any comments from the City Council? The next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 12, 2025 at, oh, wait a minute. Before I do that, I have an announcement to make. Due to health reasons and my doctor's advice, I will be taking 90 days leave. And I want everybody clear on this. I will return at the end of 90 days, hopefully in much better condition than when I left. But that won't take effect. It'll take effect before the next meeting. So I'll work with the city attorney and see what we have to do in regards to that. We may have to schedule a meeting, but we'll decide, okay?
We'll take a look at it.
And while I'm gone, the Vice Mayor, Marvin Christ,
Things have changed a bit.
will be the mayor. But make no mistake about this, I will return. Thank you. Oh, and so the next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 12, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had as good a time as I did. Bye-bye.